Look at this man.
You're not
You are so cool.
Working with Mark was about as much fun as playing with his toys, but I was convinced I could win him over if I showed him results. So I wrote and shot a professional TV commercial for the Doinkit that was guaranteed to get kids to buy it. If you are between the ages of 3 and 8, please listen closely. Owning a Doinkit is now the only proof that you are not a baby. If you don't have this toy, people will think you wear diapers and cry all the time. Everybody will think you sleep in a crib, drink from a bottle if you don't have one of these. Whenever you speak, all people will hear is gaga. So tell your mom or dad to buy you a Doinkit. Because otherwise, as far as anyone's concerned, you're a baby. Oh, it can also be used as a toy ball. Cut. Thanks. It was perfect. But when I tried to buy ad time on a local station, you're lying to the kid saying they're a baby and they don't have this toy. They said a commercial like this would never make it on TV, and that meant I needed a new approach. So I convinced a local toy store to carry the Doinkit by offering to provide them with a Santa free of charge for the approaching holiday season. But what they didn't know is that Santa was my old pal James Bailey, who I could trust to make sure that every kid would be asking for a Doinkit for Christmas. And with James in place, it was time to sell some Doinkits. Do you know what you'd like to have for Christmas?
I would really want an Ever After High doll.
Why? That tells me that you must be a baby. Are you a baby?
No.
See all these people making fun of the boy? So we don't want people to think that you're a baby. And the only way you can prove that is if you have a Doinkit toy.
Okay.
The plan was working great.
I need this because one of the girls that from my school, she's mean.
She's mean to you. Oh, that's not good. I wonder if that's because she might think you're a baby because you don't have a Doinkit. Well, that must be you wear diapers.
I don't wear diapers anymore because I don't want to be a baby, I said.
Just doesn't seem like something Santa should be saying, that kids are going to look like babies.
Well, that's your opinion. Despite a couple uptight parents, the Doinkit was the top-selling toy of the day. But when I went back to Mark with the good news, he still didn't get it.
That was horrible advice. Awful graphics, terrible design,
It did work.
unprofessional. He never proved that it worked.
We did get sales. In life, not everyone will see your vision, but it's important to always take the high road. And sometimes the best way to brighten spirits is with a gift. This is new, but the biggest difference between me and Mark is that when I play with toys, I win.
Hi, my name's Mark Ian. I'm an idiot businessman with a small dick. I have no idea how much I hurt other people's feelings. And I'm the laughing stock of my industry.
Last season on my show, I helped a private investigator named Brian Wolf by giving him a positive review on Yelp.
I don't give a flying about Yelp, okay?
But when I recently visited Brian, he told me something that came as a shock.
When I was on your show, I received a lot of phone calls from different production companies, and presently right now I have my own reality show.
It's true. Brian got his own show on the Discovery Channel after I made him a star, but I got nothing from this deal. So worried that more people from my show would be poached for their own reality series, I went through the entire first season to see if there were any other potential candidates. And that's when I remembered Simon, a professional security guard with one major weakness. Double deep breaths are essential for you.
It's got to be substantial.
His story had all the ingredients for a reality hit, so I called Simon into my office because if he was going to get his own series, I wanted to produce it. So, Simon, how do you feel about pitching a reality show about you?
Wow, that's pretty big. I would definitely be interested in that.
To me, it's the perfect concept. Your security guard is very good at his job, but there's only one thing that distracts you,
Right.
which is
Girls with big breasts.
Simon was in, so we spent the next hour coming up with some potential storylines for our series.
Let's say a situation where I was working security in the store, and a woman walked in like almost every day. It was very pretty, but had small breasts. And then like maybe a week later, she walked in and she had larger breasts, and I could tell that she had implants. You know, that could be like one show.
You know, an episode of TV is a half an hour long, right?
Right.
Okay. We brainstormed a few more ideas, and after shooting a short demo presentation, I set up a pitch meeting with one of the biggest reality show producers in the country for later that week. So we'll check back with this in a bit. But first, it's a tough time to be in the movie theater biz, with most of the ticket sales going to the people that make the movies. Theaters like Whittier Village Cinemas in Whittier, California, have to rely on snack sales to scrape by.
The concessions where you're gonna make money, that's all we are, is the movie theater is one giant concession stand.
So I paid theater manager Eric Chiffino a visit with a simple way to instantly double his profits. It seems like oftentimes one person will buy popcorn, and then two people will share it.
Yeah, pretty much every 95% of customers will share.
But not anymore. The plan will force each customer to buy their own concession item with a new rule: no sharing allowed.
Do you think the customers are going to take that well?
You know, if Edison was worried about his candle customers, he would have never invented the light bulb.
True. It takes a little bit of courage to be the first one out there to change something. So,
and this could be kind of of that caliber.
Yeah, like you said, Thomas Jefferson would, if he was caring about his candle, Edison, thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah, so what Edison did with the candles, he was afraid of that. He wouldn't have invented, light bulbs.
Right. Eric was in, so the next day after prepping the staff, we put the new policy into effect.
You guys have me sharing, so you guys want 2 small popcorns?
Sure. It seemed to be working, as some people were adjusting their orders and buying a second item, one for each. There you go, enjoy. But as more customers arrived, I became worried that people were trying to get around the policy.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. And when I looked inside the theater, my suspicions were confirmed. So I discreetly had to remind people that they were in violation of theater rules.
Can't have your shot. I saw you shot. I saw you take some. Did you have any? Because it's all over your shirt.
No, that just came off.
Okay, I'm sorry, do you mind if I smell your fingers? Okay, so it smells like popcorn? He did, so he did. It's basically stealing from the theater when you do that.
It was too easy to cheat, and without a good way to monitor what was going on inside the theater, it was impossible for the no-sharing policy to be enforced. So before the evening rush, I set up several night vision cameras at the front of the theater, enabling us to view any people that decided to share from monitors I set up in the back room. And while training the staff, I learned that the cameras might be useful to the theater for another purpose as well.
It's usually like older, middle-aged men who play kids movies by themselves late at night. But we never actually caught somebody
Oh, okay.
in the process.
So this could work for popcorn sharers.
And got nervous.
I was happy it could serve a dual purpose, but since all the camera angles were currently set up to catch people sharing snacks, I had Frank help me adjust the angles to make sure they could also spot theater perverts no matter where they were sitting. A little higher up, and as we perfected the camera's vantage point, I got to know a little bit more about this town I was in. So what's life like in Whittier?
There's quite a few parks that are cool. Ronald Reagan went to high school here. College. I think it has the most trees in any city. Variety of trees.
Wow, I didn't know that. Once the cameras were all set, I got in place for the next showing, and what I saw shocked me. Share. Boom. Gotcha. That's premeditated sharing. They're just shameless. They just keep doing it. It's just like no one is even, everyone is sharing. Knowing that this behavior would only continue without some sort of consequence. After the screening was over, I led two of the perpetrators into the back room to make an example of them. This right here is our monitoring system, and you guys were sharing. Because of that, that means you have to go up on the board.
What board?
The
Popcorn sharing and theaters.
This is the violations board.
Well, I don't think, we shared popcorn. We weren't masturbating there.
It's not you, that's for when we catch someone else. We just have one board for both.
Okay, well, you need to make two separate boards because I ain't going to be a masturbator in there.
These cork boards are like $20, so we'd have to buy two if it was for a separate one for masturbators. So we just
Well,
made
you guys
one.
run a theater, you should be able to afford two boards.
Okay, thank you for that feedback, and we might take it in to account. With a punishment in place, I was hopeful it would curb violators. But the one thing I found out about Whittier is that people were just flat out rude.
I don't want to be in them because I'll share and share and share.
On top of that, when I finally showed Eric the system, he wasn't as excited as I had hoped.
Really?
It may not be for this theater, it's going to be what we need.
Just to get a large
It was a hard blow. Having two businesses reject my ideas in 1 week made me sad. My only hope was that my pitch with Simon would turn things around. It was the day of our big pitch, and Simon and I nervously waited in the lobby for our meeting.
Before getting into the pitch, I needed to start off with, some Hollywood chit chat or make them aware that you know the industry.
Yeah, a little small talk.
Yeah.
Okay. With Simon prepped, we met with reality TV producer Brand Pitvidic to see if we could land a deal for our new reality show.
Remember that movie Captain Phillips?
I do. Yeah, I heard that the Somali actor who played the part of one of the pirates, I heard that he's almost broke right now. So
Tough.
yeah,
Tough business.
yeah,
It's not all glamour.
After Simon established his industry cred, we queued up our show for Brand.
Here we go.
My name is Simon Kelly, and I'm a professional security guard. My job requires constant focus and split-second response. Nothing can keep me from focusing on my duty except for one thing: a crippling obsession with large breasts. This is my story. This is Simon C's. Every morning I wake up about 7 or 7:15, and then I usually have a glass of water that I put on the bedside table the night before. Then I make my bed, and then I go to the bathroom and I shave, brush my teeth, and take a shower. Next, I come back into my bedroom, and if it's a work day, I put on my security uniform, usually my socks first, and then my pants, and then my undershirt, and then my security shirt. I usually don't do up my pants until I have my shirts on, because it's easier to tuck my shirts in after I got my pants on. Then I go into my kitchen, and I usually have breakfast and sometimes a cup of coffee. Today for breakfast, I made a Hot Pocket sandwich because it tasted better than eating cereal. Then the microwave sounded, and I knew my Hot Pockets was done, so I took it out of the microwave. My trick is to take the first bite and then open the sandwich a little bit, and then I blow on the inside to cool it down. And then after I finished eating the Hot Pocket sandwich, I rinsed off my plate and put it on the dish tray. Then I leave the house and go to work. Today I was assigned to work at a jewelry store in Chatsworth. I always try to be honest about things, so whenever I start a new job, I always try to let the owner know about me so there will be no surprises. There is just one thing that I think you should know about. Sometimes I get distracted by women with big chests. I might be looking at them or something, but I something we don't need to discuss. Okay. After I briefed him, I got into my position and started working. I like to stand by the door so I can see everybody who's coming in and watch for any suspicious people. I noticed that there was a female employee. She was Asian in her early to mid-30s, but she was not a distraction because she did not have large breasts. Then about 20 or 30 minutes later, I heard the door open and I saw a customer walk in, and I noticed it was a woman with large breasts. If a robbery happened, then I would probably be so distracted by the woman that I would probably not even notice it. While the woman was in the store, I just kept thinking about all the things I'd like to do with her. I'd like to get naked with her and start to hold her breasts and massage them, and then use my hands and try to rock them.
and massage them.
That's super, super pretty. I really like that.
But when I get into this state, time stands still or it kind of like slows down to an almost stopping point. I mean, I have a little bit of a sense of time. I know that time is moving, but it's moving very, very slowly. When she left, I opened the door for her and said goodbye, have a nice day. Thank you, have a good day.
Thank you.
It allows me to get one last glance at her as she is. I think they were probably D or double D. After, when those were regular customers, I felt the need to go to my employer and explain my situation to him. I don't know if you're aware of this, but a little while ago, a young woman came in who had a very big chest, and I couldn't help but look at her, and I got a little distracted. I don't know if you...
I don't know if there's something to keep bringing up, Sandra, just because you want to keep bringing it up. I don't think it's necessary to talk about it, as long as you can do your job.
Okay. Well, I promise I won't let myself get distracted again. Okay. I think the experience changed me for the better because it helped me realize that it was pretty embarrassing to talk about that. So,
That's not the bitch. Yoshi. Oh, son of a bitch.
Tonight on Shark Tank.
Oh, what the fuck happened? Son of a bitch.
My name is Nathan Fielder.
you did work professional. You never proved it. And I usually have breakfast and sometimes a cup of good working. Last glance at her as she leaves. I think they were probably D or double D. After, when those were breaking the customers, I felt the need to go to my employer and explain my situation to him. I don't know if you're aware of this, but a little while ago, a young woman came in who had a very big chest, and I couldn't help but look at her, and I got a little distracted. I don't know if you...
I don't know if there's something to keep bringing up, Sandra, just because you want to keep bringing it up. I don't think it's necessary to talk about it, as long as you can do your job.
Okay. Well, I promise I won't let myself get distracted again. Okay. I think the experience changed me for the better because it helped me realize that it was pretty embarrassing to talk about that. So next time I probably won't tell my boss about being distracted at work by women with large breasts.
Listen, it's well shot, it's well put together. The idea that you can't do your job with large breasts floating around is a funny hook.
Yeah.
The biggest limitation, of course, is that there's nowhere to sell it.
Well, I think that a lot of people, not just security guards, a lot of men, when they watch this, they would probably feel a little less like it was a perversion and more of a natural thing.
Yeah, right. So it's humanizing it.
Yoshi, what is this one?
Form, I'm going to have to say no. So it's pass. And pass means that, right. I was upset that we couldn't sell the show, but I felt even worse that I let down Simon after getting his hopes up. Are you sad?
A little bit. I really was hoping that he'd like the show.
But Simon showed a quality that day that you rarely see in people. Perseverance.
He's probably a little bit out of touch with the mainstream audience in America, I think. I think we should keep the breasts part, and maybe also include me in my Elvis costume.
Do you have an Elvis costume?
Yes.
Simon didn't want to give up on our show. And even though it was obvious that the Elvis costume would only make things worse, his spirit made me realize that Simon would be fine no matter what life threw at him.
was great. Okay. Absolutely.
That's Yoshi. We're just rolling through these motherfuckers, aren't we?
My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. Alan Harikian is the owner of Spears TV, a South Pasadena electronics store that's been operating
This is the one
for
with
over
the
60 years.
alligator.
But ever since a massive Best Buy moved here, just minutes away from his tiny shop, he's been finding it a
Son of a bitch.
My name
Look, what's up, gangster?
My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools.
It's horrible. I mean, it's
Spears TV is at risk of operating in the neighborhood for over 60 years. But ever since a massive Best Buy moved
Look at
here,
this
just minutes away from his tiny shop, he's been finding it impossible to keep up with their aggressive pricing.
their sales are ridiculous. I mean, there's no way that I can compete.
And if it keeps up, Spears TV is at risk of going extinct. So I paid Alan a visit with an ambitious solution to undercut his biggest competitor. Are you familiar with the Best Buy price match policy?
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, it's bad for a small business.
One of the main reasons Alan has such a hard time competing with Best Buy is because of their aggressive price match policy, which guarantees they will match the price of any local competitor, preventing stores like Spears from underselling them. But if Alan dropped his prices so low to make his TVs virtually free, according to Best Buy's own policy, they would have to match that price too, giving Alan a short window of time where he could buy up all their inventory for $1 and then resell those TVs for any price he wants to make a huge profit. The plan? Use Best Buy's price match policy against them to get Spears an endless supply of $1 TVs.
It's a great idea.
It might take a little bit of work and time to do.
Okay.
Do you have a lot going on right now?
No, honestly, no.
So you don't have commitments at home or anything right now, relationship stuff? I'm not in a relationship either, so we can both work on this, full time.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
After a bit more discussion, Alan was on board to move forward with dropping the price on one of his premium Samsung HD TV models to just $1 a piece. But once the new discounted price went into effect, people would be flocking to Spears to get the deal. So to help dissuade these bargain hunters from buying up all of Alan's dollar TVs, I implemented a strict dress code requiring customers to wear formal attire just to enter the store. I then had all the dollar TVs moved to an area at the back of the store and had a new wall constructed to surround this area that could only be entered through a tiny 2-foot tall door. Finally, in between the door and the TVs, I added a live alligator, which would hopefully force customers who made it this far to reconsider their decision to take advantage of the great offer. With our preventative measures in place, I could now prepare to get Alan his TVs. According to Best Buy's policy, price matches are restricted to one item per customer. So to maximize the number of TVs I could get Alan, I put an ad on Craigslist to recruit a team of people to help make the purchases. And later that week, I met with those who responded to see if they were right for the task. So this job involves buying things.
Okay.
Are you good at buying things?
I would say
Because I could get Alan. I put an ad on Craigslist to
Wait,
recruit
I'm
a
not sure
team
where
of
I'm
people to
Craigslist
help
is.
make the
Social.
purchases. And later that week, I met with those who responded to see if they were right for the
Look at
task.
this.
So this job involves buying things.
okay.
Are you good at buying things?
I would say so. Like, what do you mean by buying things?
Like going into a store and buying something?
Yeah.
All right, great. All 6 applicants seemed qualified for the job. So after printing out some flyers and distributing them throughout the neighborhood, it was finally time for Alan to offer his $1 prices to the world. On the morning of the big promotion, the deal vultures were already circling out front, and that meant we had to move quick. So I met my team of buyers out back and gave them each the $1 they'd need to buy the TVs, and then sent them off in a van to Best Buy. Meanwhile, I hung back at Spears to help Alan ensure that his inventory remained untouched. Hey,
Hi.
you look good.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. And once Alan unlocked the front door, we were officially open for business.
Can I help you, or
We're here to for the TV deals.
just so you guys know, we do have a strict dress code, as you can see on the wall. So,
Wow. There's no advertising about the dress code.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, it's right in the front of our store, it's for everyone to see. This is the front.
It's inside. The front there. We were waiting in the front of the store.
I knew some people might be a bit frustrated, so I offered up a list of tuxedo rental stores in the area to show them that Spears did value their business.
Honestly, you seem like very nice people, and I'd love to let you in, but I think doing so would be unfair to the customers that, chose to dress decent.
My plan on the Spears TV side was working, as 30 minutes after opening, exactly 0 of his $1 televisions had been purchased. Meanwhile, everything was on track with my buyers as they were just now arriving at Best Buy. But then, to my surprise, a customer actually returned with a tire that met our strict dress code.
Did you rent that?
yes.
I wasn't completely shocked that someone would be determined enough to make it inside, but I was hopeful that the remaining steps would prove more discouraging.
So this is the section with those TVs.
Okay. Premium TV section.
Yeah,
That's the doorway.
yeah. These are the more expensive ones, so we keep them in a separate room.
That's not good now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not good. Yeah.
The customer may have been determined, but once he came face to face with our alligator, it was all over.
I'm sorry. I mean, I feel bad because that's $1 we're losing as well,
My plan was a success. The guy chose not to buy the $1 TV, and every customer after that met our dress code got no further than pervert as well.
Herbert, when is Herbert?
I'm sorry, did you not want a TV or?
I don't want to be in the same room as an alligator.
Everything seemed to be going according to plan. But then I got word that back at Best Buy, things weren't looking so hot. After presenting the flyer to sales associates, my buyers were told that the company would not honor their price match.
Price match to an actual store's price.
This is a store. And this is their price.
I couldn't understand why this was happening, so I left the shop and headed over to Best Buy to see if I would have any better luck myself.
I actually have a price match for this to get it for $1. Why not? They are. They're within 25 miles.
Even with my confidence and negotiation skills, I was denied a price match too.
I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't do it by the time I get to 3, I'm going to leave, okay? 1, 2, 3.
I couldn't believe it. How could Best Buy, one of my favorite companies, turn their backs on the very policy that drew me in as a customer? It was a classic bait and switch. But the one thing I knew was that when big corporations try to mess with regular people like us, we don't have to take it lying down. So the next day, I returned to Alan's store with a slight adjustment to our plan.
I'm just so sick and tired of these big companies like Best Buy and Enron thinking that, the rules don't apply to them.
Yeah.
They can just push around the little guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
As far as I'm concerned, you're entitled to those TVs. So that's why I decided to file a class action lawsuit against Best Buy on your behalf. In a way, it's kind of nerve-wracking, like going up against a big company.
And how's that going to work? What is the process?
I don't know what it will entail at this point, but we'll figure it out together. You know what I mean? We both aren't in relationships.
Yeah,
we don't have a love life.
That's true.
So you have time to do this?
Well, I mean, this is my only way of making money. So I wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
After telling Alan I was going to sue Best Buy, he was immediately concerned.
They got bigger lawyers, better lawyers probably, more money.
Alan was worried that Best Buy would retaliate and have their lawyers come after him. So we were a bit worried.
Not a bit, a lot.
I was torn. I couldn't live with myself if Alan ended up broke and homeless because of my actions. But according to my research, suing was the only way I could get him the TVs he was rightfully owed. But that's when I came across a surefire way to legally protect him from Best Buy, a diagnosis of insanity. If Alan were diagnosed as clinically insane, Best Buy wouldn't be able to come after him for anything. But to do this would take some maneuvering. So without telling Alan I was moving forward with the lawsuit, I booked him an evaluation with LA-based clinical psychologist Dr. Judy Rosenberg. I told Alan it was just a routine checkup for insurance purposes for the show, but I came prepared with a plan that would hopefully get me the diagnosis I needed.
So I'm very concerned about my friend Alan. I believe he maybe has some sort of psychological issue happening.
What are you noticing?
He believes he's the manager of an electronics store.
Okay.
And has been working there for the past 15 years.
Okay, so this is a delusion that he's having.
I mean, as you'll see, he has quite the imagination.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Let's go.
Okay, it'll be easy. Just be yourself. It'll be pretty straightforward, yeah.
All right, so tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I work at Spears TV. I've been there for, I would say, 15, 16 years.
And are you still working there?
Yes,
You are. Do you like?
I love it.
You love it. Okay.
Maybe ask about the alligator.
Okay. I did. No? Go ahead.
Well, we did this thing where, we put an alligator inside a small door, a small room, basically, with a small door, and we would have customers coming in to get a $1 TV, basically. So, and the only thing they had to do was go have basically a dress code. We had a dress code. So you have to be dressed nicely, tie, nice shoes.
Wow. That is so interesting.
It's an interesting idea.
It is an interesting idea.
After Dr. Rosenberg was done with her evaluation, I excused Alan from the room so I could get the report.
What did you get from him? What sense?
He's not rooted in reality. You and I can sit here and go, wow, what a story. Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, read the writing on the wall. Alligators, little doors.
Is this insanity we're witnessing, or?
I'm seeing psychosis. Okay, I'm seeing delusional thinking.
Is there any way you could put that in writing for me?
Sure.
With proof of Alan's insanity in hand, he was now immune from prosecution.
Thank you so much.
And knowing he was protected, I was comfortable moving forward with my lawsuit. But if I was going to go up against a massive company like Best Buy, I would need some legal advice. So I paid a visit to my old pal, California Judge Anthony Filosa, for guidance on how to build my case.
If you decide to sue Best Buy, based upon what you've told me, it's going to be a huge battle.
Filosa was skeptical about my prospects, but he said there was one piece of evidence that could turn the tide in my favor.
If you had an insider from Best Buy that could testify as to the price match policy that they don't adhere to across the board, that's relevant.
So I need info from the inside.
Yeah, whistleblower type of person.
It became clear that without an inside source, I wouldn't have a case. But getting someone from within these walls to disclose corporate secrets on camera would be a whole other challenge. So to conceal my true intentions, I put up an ad to recruit Best Buy employees for a new reality show called Retail Dating, where people who work at retail stores go on blind dates. And after a couple days, I got a response from a female Best Buy employee named Elle.
I'm 24 years old. I've worked at Best Buy for 3 months.
My plan was to pose as another retail employee who was chosen to be her date. And because she mentioned she liked alternative music, I decided to go as the manager of a local Hot Topic named Nathan. But what Elle didn't know is that my one and only goal was to get secret inside dirt on the Best Buy price match policy. Do you want to see a magic trick?
Oh, sure.
Do you like magic?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a little
Yeah.
fun.
Why not?
See it fine?
I see it.
Okay.
I think I've seen that before.
Okay. Now that I had impressed Elle, it was time to see if I could get her to admit that there was something more going on with the Best Buy price match policy than meets the eye. One cool thing about Hot Topic is that, you know, they're pretty lax on the rules, you know, we kind of do what we want a little bit.
Yeah.
For example, we have this price match policy. Sometimes, like, someone will come with a legitimate price match, and if I'm not feeling it, I'll just be like, no, you know what I mean? You guys ever do that, or
Oh, I've seen it happen, yes.
at Best Buy? You've seen what?
Other people not do it because
Not do the
they're
price
not,
match?
yeah, because they're not feeling the person.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And there it was, the smoking gun. On-camera evidence of a culture of corruption, eroding the insides of one of America's most respected institutions. Even though I had what I needed, I didn't want to be rude and leave abruptly, so I decided to stay for the private salsa lesson I had prearranged for the date.
Hola, buenas tardes. How are you guys doing? You're supposed to move your shoulders, your hips, and your arms as well.
I have to admit, I was a bit nervous about dancing, but once we got going, I discovered I was actually really good at it.
Look at his eyes. He's waiting for you. Perfect.
And once our date was over, we said our goodbyes.
Nice meeting you.
Okay, yeah.
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 Bye.
Bye. Now that I had the evidence I needed against Best Buy, the potential of an ugly courtroom battle was becoming a scary reality. And the only people who could screw it up were my team of TV buyers who would have to take the stand if this went to trial. So I invited them to a courtroom I rented to prepare each of them for what they would face when they went head-to-head with the Best Buy legal team. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and everything?
I do. Yes.
I do.
Yes. I do.
On the morning of March 31st, 2015, you entered a Best Buy trying to price match a TV for $1. Is that correct?
It is, although I would have to think of the exact date.
How did you find out about that promotion?
From a flyer. It was a flyer that was in the...
A flyer? Mm-hmm. Did anyone tell you to go to Best Buy that day?
Well, yes. I mean, no. No. I just wanted to go.
And was the television for you, or was it for someone else?
It would have been for me.
It was for you.
Mm-hmm.
Then how would you explain this footage? What you'll be doing is going to Best Buy and using this flyer to price match and get a TV for $1. And you'll bring that TV back to me for me to keep, and it's not yours. You understand, right? Mm-hmm. How do you explain that? Right away, my buyer's lack of confidence began to concern me, and as more and more took the stand, it became clear that they could be thrown off by even the simplest of questions. Miss Barcelona, have you ever seen a man that looks like this before? And for the first time, I began to have doubts about our chances of winning this case. To make matters worse, when I showed Judge Velosa the damning evidence I'd obtained on Best Buy,
A witness has to be in court, otherwise you can't introduce their testimony because they have to cross-examine her.
but I have it on video.
No, that's not good enough.
He told me that Elle's statements would only be admissible if she agreed to say them in an actual courtroom. But when I arranged a meetup to ask her if she would be willing to testify in person, she wasn't at all interested.
That's really weird. That you take someone on a date and then ask them, hey, dude, like, why don't we sue Best Buy?
Okay?
For all I know, you're crazy.
Elle just wasn't willing to help me out, and our case was crumbling before my very eyes. With Elle and her testimony out of the picture, my case had taken a huge blow. But for some reason, once she was gone, I just couldn't get her words out of my head.
For all I know, you're crazy, crazy, crazy.
And for the first time, I started to really think about what I was doing. Here was a woman who thought she was sharing a genuine connection with someone, but it was all just a calculated ruse to get information, a classic bait and switch. And in that moment, I realized I'd become no better than the corporation I was trying to defeat. That in my efforts to take down Best Buy, I became the worst guy. I could have kept pursuing this lawsuit and tried again to get the court testimony I needed from another Best Buy employee that submitted to my retail dating show.
You know, when you work at Best Buy, it's like a tech playground with like CDs and DVDs.
But I didn't want to break the heart of another angel who was just searching for a real connection.
Admittedly, it's been a while since I've been on a date.
So I decided to drop my case and give up on getting Alan his TVs. When you define yourself entirely by your successes, failure can leave you feeling pretty empty inside. But when I was reviewing the footage we shot, I stumbled upon a conversation I had with Alan on the day of his big promotion.
She says like, you know, we should find somebody to get married.
Your mom?
Yeah.
And it made me realize that my definition of success might have been entirely wrong. Getting close, or?
She's concentrating on the job. So.
Yeah. I didn't see it before, but the truth was all over his face. Alan might have said he wanted some TVs at a discounted price, but it wasn't what he needed. So the next day, I returned to Spears with the one thing he'd been denying himself for so many years. So I know I couldn't get you those TVs that I promised.
It's okay.
But there is someone I'd like to introduce you to.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, one sec.
Okay. Hi.
Alan, this is Kathy.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Kathy used to work at Best Buy.
Okay.
And also happens to be single. So I'll let you two get to know each other.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Hi.
hi. So
How are you doing?
everything's good. Yeah. So you work at Best Buy, huh?
Yeah, I worked at Best Buy in high school.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Which location?
Around?
Seeing Alan light up made me feel great about what I had done.
The crazy thing is, like, once it starts raining for a few days, everybody's
Oh yeah, the
panicking.
big guy. Yeah.
They're like, oh my God, we need the sun. It's California without.
As for me, I was fine being alone because it would give me more time to focus on my work.
So 773 is a Chicago area. Myself.
Good to meet
Good
you.
to meet you too. Thank you so much.
See you soon, hopefully. I'll give you a call.
Bye.
Sure. Okay. Bye.
Absolutely.
You have the Hot Topic look.
Oh yeah, well, employee discount, you know.
How much discount do you get anyway?
40%.
Oh my God.
Pretty good, right?
That's amazing.
What do you get at Best Buy?
I think it was 40% off.
Oh, that's good. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. There's nothing more fun than sitting on an animal that's bigger than you and riding it around, which is why Joy Lazarus of Park Place Stable in Malibu, California, has made a business out of charging people to do just that. Unless, of course, you're overweight.
We don't want to injure our horses, and that's what it really comes down to. So, we're not going to allow a 400-pound person to ride.
But unlike Joy, I believe that everyone should be able to mount a horse. So I paid her a visit with a way to help. It's nice to think about your horses and all, but humans have feelings too.
I don't want to reject anybody, but there's something I can do.
Right now, the heaviest load a horse can carry is 220 pounds, and if Joy allowed riders above that weight to mount a horse, there's a big risk the animal will buckle and suffer severe or even fatal injuries. But if plus-size customers could have their weight offset by being tied to helium-filled weather balloons, Joy would be able to expand her customer base to a totally unserved market. The plan? Use balloons to help the overweight ride horses.
So, you want to put balloons on a person?
Correct.
Okay.
Sometimes it's not about, only making money. It's about doing what's right. Imagine if you were the only place that could provide horsey rides for the morbidly obese.
But I don't
want you to end up on the wrong side of history with this one.
Okay.
Joy was in, so the next morning I ordered some weather balloons online and amassed a stockpile of helium to conduct a preliminary weight test. I discovered that each helium-filled balloon I attached to me would reduce my weight by 20 pounds, so it was a simple matter of adding more until each customer was below the weight limit. But I still had to factor in the harsh conditions of the trail. You see, when Joy took me along the route earlier, I noticed there were two things that could compromise the balloons: the sharp branches that hung over the trails and the razor-beak birds that were in the sky. If either one of them came in contact with our balloons, the result would be disastrous. With a horse's life at stake, I wasn't going to take any chances. So I came up with the idea of having two pizza paddle-like branch blockers that would protect the balloons from any punctures. Nice. This would work well for the trees, but unlike branches, birds are a moving target that would require a more precise approach. So I paid a visit to a local gun shop to see if there were any non-lethal ways to incapacitate a bird. I'm looking for a gun that will, stun a bird, but not kill it.
Doesn't exist. Odds are you're going to kill it or cripple it.
I didn't want to kill a bird, so I explained my entire plan to the clerk to see if he had any other ideas. But that's when his mood soured.
You want to suspend people with helium balloons so that it alleviates the weight of them on the back of a horse?
Yes.
I do not believe in this hug the world scenario that you're describing, where everybody has a right to do everything just because they want to.
I disagree. I think anyone should be able to do anything.
I do not have a bubblegum and sunshine view of the world. If people don't suffer for their own stupidity, nobody will. Sorry, that was right. Cell phone having a message that I'm silent.
It says "oh" like that every time?
Every time I get a message.
Do you have an option of what it says?
Yeah.
And you chose that?
Yeah.
It was clear this guy wasn't going to help me find a way to protect my balloons from birds. But that's when it occurred to me that I might be able to adapt a tool that farmers had been using on the ground for years to the sky: a flying scarecrow. It was the non-violent solution I was looking for. So with everything I needed, I could now head back to Park Place Stable to put my idea to the test. I had found an overweight man named Keith who was willing to try out my concept, and after doing an official weigh-in at 275, I calculated it would take exactly 3 balloons to bring him under the weight limit. But as he started getting strapped in, I noticed that 2 other customers who had been booked for the same ride were looking at me and snickering. I had already explained to them that we were accommodating an overweight customer, so this behavior was completely inappropriate. So before we headed out, I decided to give them a talk. That's what's funny about what we're doing here?
There's 3 massive balloons attached to a man right there.
I mean, this is the only way you can ride a horse. Would you laugh at a wheelchair? I mean, that's a medical device he's wearing.
Okay, you're 100% right.
Right. Just because he's a larger man and hooked up to giant helium balloons, it doesn't mean
it's not funny at all.
Right. Because if I see either of you so much as smirk from this point forward, your ride is over. Got it?
Yes. Right.
With the normal riders promising to be respectful, and Keith now weighing in below the 220-pound limit, how's it feel? Good. You feel lighter?
Yeah, I feel lighter. I feel good.
It was finally time for everyone to saddle up so the ride could begin. Great. And I watched as for the first time in history, a plus-sized man was able to ride a horse. With my branch blockers trailing close behind and the flying scarecrow overhead, I felt that we were ready for anything Mother Nature could throw at us. And it wasn't long until my balloon protection system was put to the test as my branch blocking team raced into position to guide Keith through the narrow clearing. And all we could do now was pray. The system worked flawlessly, and for the rest of the trail, tree after tree, my team was able to keep the delicate balloons intact, making the ride a success. And as the evening fog rolled in over the Malibu hills, I couldn't help but feel like it might just be the white breath of God opening his mouth to say, nice work. So I met up with Joy to congratulate her on making history. It's a big moment, right?
I guess, yeah.
Because of you, overweight people all over the world can now ride horses. I mean, this is how you'll be remembered when you die.
Not sure about that one, but I hope I'm remembered for the world championships that I won, to be honest with you, for doing these balloons.
You should be proud of this achievement, Joy.
I am extremely proud of this achievement.
This is a good thing to be remembered by.
Well, you know, there are a lot of things that I hope to be known for, especially the horses, and I'm known for my dogs, and you know, I did photography too. And
no offense, I don't think anyone's going to remember you for that.
Hard to say.
Well, a legacy isn't always something you get to choose, and I truly believe that this, and only this, will be your legacy. And there is nothing more to discuss about it. If you're a regular viewer of the show, you've probably noticed that I have a keen sense of style that's both professional and approachable. But I recently discovered that by wearing one of my signature articles of clothing, I may have unintentionally committed a hate crime against the Jewish people. And that's not good. My favorite jacket for the last decade has been a windbreaker made by Taiga, a popular outerwear company based out of my hometown of Vancouver, BC. I love the jacket so much that I've worn it in nearly every episode of my show. So you can imagine my horror when I recently discovered that Taiga had published a tribute to notorious Holocaust denier Doug Collins in their winter catalog, amongst a selection of fleece socks and balaclavas. And when asked for comment by a Jewish newspaper, the company refused to explain their actions. My dad, who was also a longtime fan of the German-engineered windbreaker, was actually shamed by a member of his synagogue for wearing the coat.
I think he wanted me to rip the Tiger label off. He was really quite incensed.
And he had strong feelings about me wearing it on TV.
I don't think you should promote a business that's anti-Semitic.
It was clear I could never wear my Tiger jacket again. But in searching for a replacement, I realized I couldn't be sure any of these other brands weren't hiding dark secrets as well. So I decided the only way to be safe was to start a jacket company of my own. So I came up with a cool name, Summitize, and then had a custom soft-shell jacket designed to my specifications. But to undo the damage I'd done, I needed my brand to stand for something. So I created a website to help launch Summitize as the first outdoor apparel company to openly promote the true story of the Holocaust. It was important to me that every single person involved in the brand, down to the model I hired for product shots, shared in the company's core beliefs.
6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, approximately. Okay. So how many Jews died then? 6 million. Okay, great.
The selfie jackets.
Okay.
With a team free of Holocaust deniers and professional photos that made the jacket look really cool, I had nearly everything I needed to begin marketing my soft-shell jackets to the world. But for this brand to have credibility, I needed the support of a Jewish leader. So I arranged a meeting with LA-based Rabbi Shalom Denbo and showed him my business plan and marketing materials to get his guidance on how to convey the core values of Summitize.
See, deny nothing, okay. You're not focusing on something specific.
Deny nothing's too ambiguous.
Yeah, you probably want to have some image that immediately focuses the viewer on there's something more than just a jacket. Perhaps an image that immediately identifies with the Holocaust. An armband, right? A swastika.
They should see images of that?
Yeah. The ovens, the gas chambers, the pits where they line them up to shoot them before the gas chambers.
But we're trying to sell jackets too, right?
Yeah. You need
They line them up to shoot them before they put them in a gas chamber?
These things are real, they happen.
Rabbi Denbo suggested having some sort of physical retail
So
display
that doesn't make any
include
sense,
educational
dude.
materials for consumers.
Why?
So I
Nobody's
reached out
going to
to
shoot a
the
motherfucker
grocery
into a pit and then pull him out of the pit and put him in a gas chamber. That's
Just so you know,
impossible.
our company is a
That's
strong
dumb.
supporter of Holocaust awareness education.
I'm not even getting on board for that one. You can die in a gas chamber, you can get shot, but nobody's doing both.
With the manager intrigued We set up a time for him to see our display later that week. So
That Rabbi doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. What he's talking. I can tell you that is Rabbi.
A boutique that sells some of the top women's fashions on the Burbank Strip. But lately, she's noticed that sales have taken a dip.
People are buying less as they're really tightening their belt.
It could be because, in a neighborhood populated largely by young couples, Susan was forgetting all about the men. So I paid her a visit with a way to keep couples happy in her store. To be honest with you, as a guy, this store is pretty boring.
Because it's a women's store.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if I came in here with my girlfriend, hypothetically speaking, I don't have a girlfriend. But I think I'd be nagging her to leave.
Because men who like to spend time in women's clothing store anyway.
Until now. You see, when a guy has nothing to do, the woman he's with feels a psychological pressure to leave, which will often keep her from staying longer and buying more stuff. The solution? A dedicated man zone where guys can chill and relax while the women shop.
That's sure. That makes sense.
I mean, trust me, I know guys. All we need is a beer in our hand, a bro by our side, and we are out of the way.
In fact, never heard any guy saying that. If I had a brew and a bro, I'm fine.
I totally hear you, but leave it to me for the guy stuff. Trust me.
Okay.
Susan was on board, and we decided that her back storage area would be the perfect spot for the new man zone. So the next day, I had my team bring in all the essentials to make this room the ultimate hangout den for guys. And once everything was in its place, all we had to do was wait for the first couple to come in to see if my man zone would work. Just so you guys know, Elizabeth Albert has a dedicated man zone, so that means while the lady shops, you have a place you can hang out that's both comfortable and geared towards your masculine needs. So if you want to come hang out there and give her time to shop, you want, it's up to you. Don't leave this for all hanging. You know what I mean? Yeah. Great. And we'll be having fun in there, so take as much time as you need.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I knew it wouldn't be too much of a challenge to lure guys into the zone. And once they saw it had everything a guy could want, I was hopeful they wouldn't want to leave. Free at last, huh? I mean, do you feel free? Yeah. Things were off to a good start. The guy's girlfriend was leisurely shopping while back in the zone. You know what I feel like? A mother effing beer. It was just boys being boys. Nice catch. Just two dudes doing what guys do best. Grabbing that shit. Hanging out, grabbing a brewski, and watching royalty-free football. Oh yeah. Tampa Bay Bandits versus Houston Gamblers. Enjoy. Big tackle coming. There we go. I thought he was having a good time, but then something bad happened. I'll head out. Okay. The guy decided to leave the zone and go back to his girlfriend after only 4 minutes. And even worse, moments later, they left the shop entirely. This was not what I had promised Susan, and I worried that if I lost another guy that quickly, there would be no bringing her back. So when the next couple came in, I had to somehow figure out a way to keep the guy chilling for longer, or else my man zone didn't stand a chance. You know, I feel like a mother effing beer. Sorry. Just went to do a little bit. There you go, man. Enjoy. So far, things were working out with my second guy. Gotta let it set, as he was relaxed and enjoying his beer. But when I put on football again, for some reason, this guy wasn't into it either. Great touchdown celebration coming up. Love that celebration. Just a few minutes in, I could tell I was losing him quick. And with his girlfriend just starting to shop, I desperately needed to turn things around. But that's when I realized I hadn't yet broke down about the one thing that's on every guy's mind. You know what I like more than anything? But sex.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, man. You can never get too much sex.
Yeah, exactly.
Never too much sex, bro.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
What's your favorite position?
From the back. From the back, yeah, from the yeah.
Oh, nice.
Straight damage, bro.
Mine's missionary. Yeah. Guy on top, girl on the bottom.
Nothing's wrong with that, man. Nothing's wrong with that.
The sex talk was working, and the guy was loving every minute of it. Bareback or use a condom?
I'm bareback, man.
Only way. It feels so much better without a condom, you know what I mean? There's so much stuff these days. It's like, oh, you gotta use protection, all this stuff. But like, whatever you pull out, you're fine, right?
That's as long as you pull out, man.
As long as you pull out,
that's the key.
You gotta pull out.
You have to pull out, bro.
Sometimes I get close, you know what I mean? Sometimes I get real close.
Yeah, I think our people use
As
a
long as we were
condom.
talking about sex, this guy wasn't going anywhere. And best of all, his girlfriend had time to browse every section of the store without interruption.
From behind, that's pretty much, I just like to see everything, man. You know, you can't go wrong with that.
The guy stayed in the man zone for a full 17 minutes before leaving, and victory had never tasted so sweet. And even though women may never really understand what guys need.
Why are you drinking beer?
Well, that's what guys do when they're alone.
I don't care what they do when they're alone. Look, he was in there drinking beer.
The only thing that really mattered is that Elizabeth Albert now had a place where guys can be themselves.
There have been times in my life when I was able to ejaculate in another position, but especially as I'm getting older and fatter, it's pretty much the only position that works for me.
That makes sense. The day had finally arrived to pitch Summit Ice to the manager of Adventure 16. So I had my team come in early to set up an impressive display under the supervision of Rabbi Denbo. I was a little hesitant about some of the design elements, but it was crucial that I followed the rabbi's guidance for such a sensitive subject matter.
Like the mannequins kind of stationed so that they are the bookends.
Right, and before long, he felt like it was ready to be unveiled.
Definitely makes a statement. Yeah, definitely makes a statement.
Okay, I want to follow your lead on this.
Yeah, my only thing is just that creates just a level of comfort within me, and perhaps that's a good thing.
So with the rabbi's blessing, it was time to bring in Eric, the manager, to show him what Summit Ice was all about.
I think that this mashup of retail and history is a triumph.
Eric wasn't nearly as enthused as I had hoped, so I brought in Rabbi Denbo to help explain our intentions more clearly.
Look, people go through life with their head in the sand. Nobody wants to stand up against evil. And you know what? People deny the Holocaust because they don't want to say that evil exists. And we need to let people know that.
Oh my God, this is so riddled with issues. You really think the Holocaust deniers are the big soft shell buyers?
The proceeds go to support Holocaust awareness education.
This is a retail store, and you don't learn about the darkest moments of history in a retail store.
I beg to differ. The Gap had a whole campaign to make people aware of breast cancer. So I don't think there's a problem.
There's actually AIDS.
Sorry.
I have no faith in your competence in this business. I have no faith in your judgment whatsoever. The only thing I know about your judgment is that it doesn't exist.
Well, I was kind of taking his lead.
Well, I'll let you go with a certain amount of liberty in saying my lead, but the idea wasn't mine.
Well, not for the jacket, but for the display.
For the display. The display. I don't have a problem with the display.
Our sales presentation didn't go well, and Eric said he wasn't interested in carrying my product.
Find something else to do with your life because you're not good at this and you don't understand the dynamics of people's emotions and what offends them.
It was a huge blow, and I began to wonder if my line of soft shell jackets would ever take off. But at least I could be proud knowing that the people who mattered to me most could now walk the streets of Vancouver with their heads held high.
Summit Ice.
What do you think, huh?
I love everything about it. A lot of zippers. Zippers are very important. Yeah, because all my change falls out and, I need stuff in there. Yeah, look at this. You can lift some slaves too.
Absolutely. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. If you need to move to
to a different house you might call City of Angels, an up-and-coming moving company that serves the LA area. But lately, owner David Sassoonian has been finding it hard to stay profitable with the rising cost of labor in his industry.
For us, our most expensive cost is our employees, for sure.
But after spending some time watching David's movers, I've realized there might be a simple solution to all of his problems. So I paid him a visit to see if I could help.
Your movers are very in shape.
Our guys are in shape, yeah.
And lifting all those boxes and furniture, that's a great way to get fit.
Yeah, the guys we're getting a great workout. They're always getting a great workout.
And that's the idea. You see, the average gym member in America spends over $700 a year to perform physical labor that's very similar to the work that David's employees do. So if we can make a convincing argument that moving boxes and furniture from house to house is a better workout than going to the gym, David could tap into an endless supply of labor that would actually pay him for the opportunity to move stuff. The plan? Turn the job of moving into America's next fitness craze.
People don't usually pay to work for somebody else.
I think you'll get a lot more people if they just think it's a workout, and we don't tell them that they're actually doing free labor. I mean, that's just my opinion as someone who knows a lot about marketing.
I don't know. I don't know if I can convince people to do that.
David was skeptical, but agreed to give me the chance to prove that this would work. Launching a fitness craze, however, would be no easy task. I didn't know much about this stuff, but it seemed like every popular workout was based around a charismatic figure who's a living example of what the workout can do. I know I'm charismatic, and since the workout was my idea anyways, I thought it would be easiest if I just did it. But after reviewing the promotional images I took, I realized I just didn't have the body to be a convincing fitness authority. So I sent my producers to a local fitness convention, and they found a professional bodybuilder who seemed interested in being a spokesperson. So later that week, I brought him into my office to see if he could impress me enough to get the job.
I'm older, but watch me. Look at me. I can outperform you. I look just as good as you do. I see this as an opportunity for me to teach.
Jack said all the right things, but what I really cared about was his body. Yeah, seems like you got a good bod. Yeah. Jack got the job, and because his role as spokesman would be so crucial, I prepared an extensive contract for him to sign.
In the event of your death, you have the rights to your name, likeness, DNA as well. Okay, is that very comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
With Jack on board, I walked him through my concept for a new workout called The Movers that would consist entirely of moving boxes and furniture from one location to another. My plan was to position Jack as the guru behind this workout in the hopes I could convince people he got his amazing physique solely from lifting household items. Let's see some attitude. Beautiful. And to really sell this idea, I hired an obese lookalike to pose as Jack before he lost the weight. Now that the movement had its figurehead, I wanted to legitimize Jack with his own book. So to get the job done quickly, I contacted a ghostwriter who advertised his services on Craigslist and invited him to my office to see if he was right for the task.
What I'm looking for is someone who knows a lot about fitness. Okay. Is that you? Yes. For my own due diligence, I need to know you're a good writer before hiring you, obviously. Yeah. So, can you come up with an original sentence right now and tell it to me? Okay. The candles flickered, the sheets were still, but all the energy in the room surrounded Roman and Kinsey stepped forth and gently touched Roman's arm. He suddenly felt weak in his legs and trembled and fell, as if his Achilles heel had been struck by a blade, but all it was simply a woman's touch. Wow. That's a good sentence. Thank you. Obviously, this book would be more fitness, but
Austin seemed like a pretty good fit for the project, so I gave him as much information as I could about the workout and its founder, Jack.
What did he do when he was younger. As a child, yeah. Some things I don't know, and you're just gonna have to fill in the blanks yourself. Yeah.
Alright, man.
With Austin off to write the book, I had a cover design highlighting that Jack got his body only by moving boxes and furniture, and that he'd never been to a gym in his life. The problem was, in reality, Jack goes to the gym religiously.
I'm in the gym 6 to 7 days a week.
With the movement about to go public, I couldn't risk Jack being seen at a gym, or else he'd be exposed as a fraud. So I set up a private workout space for him so he could keep up his body in secret. So you think this will work to maintain those muscles?
If this is, what I have to do, I'll make it work.
All right, well, you gonna have a workout, or?
Sure.
All right. Have fun. I felt confident moving forward now that our secret was safe. I was thankful that Jack was so committed to the movement. And a couple days later, Austin returned with the completed book. Steve Jobs?
Yeah.
I was one of his childhood friends.
Oh, okay. Austin had taken a few liberties with Jack's life story, but for my purposes, it would work. So I published a bunch of copies and mailed them to media outlets throughout the state in the hopes I'd get some interest. And as luck would have it, we soon got the big break we needed. So I have some exciting news. One of the most popular morning news shows in the state wants you to talk about the movement live on air tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. Wow.
How do you feel?
I felt a rush go right by me. I mean, that is phenomenal.
Just so you know, too, I gave them this book that I had ghostwritten about your life.
Okay.
Obviously, the author didn't know anything about you, so he kind of made some stuff up.
Okay.
It seems like a big part of it is how you were childhood friends with Steve Jobs. So, do you know Steve Jobs?
Steve Jobs, yes. He's the Microsoft.
Apple, right? Yeah. So anyways, you might want to read it over to get a sense of what your life is like before tomorrow. In the later chapters, it actually says you spend a lot of time volunteering with jungle children. I don't know what that is, but you might want to bring it up because audiences love someone who gives back and is charitable.
Okay. I'll tell them, what they're doing.
You're watching San Diego 6 News in the morning.
Welcome back. We are in spring, but we're always looking ahead to summer. And if you're looking to lose a couple of pounds, we have a free way to do it with things that are already in your home, and we have proof that it works.
We're going to introduce you to someone. Come in here, look at this before picture. This is Jack Garbarino before. This was Jack about 100 pounds ago. Now let's have you the grand reveal. This is Jack now. How great do you look now, Jack?
I look great. I feel great. I feel I'm a renewed person. I'm mean, and a fighting machine.
The news appearance couldn't have gone better, and over the next couple weeks, Jack made appearances on morning shows throughout the region.
Our next guest lost more than 100 pounds and never stepped foot in a gym.
Can you lose 100 pounds just by moving boxes and furniture? One guy says it's possible.
Look at this man. He lost over 100 pounds, and now he's sharing his fitness tips with all of us.
Jack, your story of inspiration.
Yes. That was me. I mean, you could see that I was fat, tongue hard. And,
you can say it, I can.
And you also came across Steve Jobs.
Yes.
How did you meet him?
Well, I grew up with him as a child. He was my best friend as a child.
Were you able to keep that friendship with Steve Jobs so he could see what you were motivated to become?
He never saw me really at this thing. We kept in touch, but that's it. As simple as this. I do charity work.
Okay.
With jungle children.
Jungle Child is what?
Yeah, jungle children are children that live in the jungle. A while ago, I was working with a jungle child. His name is Dendy. He was a great inspiration for me. And Unfortunately, tragically, he died when bad kidnapped and ate him. It was actually one of the worst days of my life.
Jack turned out to be an extremely compelling spokesman, and he was really hitting our message home.
In my opinion, Jim stands for giving your money away. Never been to a gym in my life. Never stepped a foot in the gym in my entire life. I got this body by simply just moving boxes of furniture. If I could do it, anybody else could do it. Sign up, and you can see what we're doing to help people around the country.
Good work. You look amazing.
Thank you very much.
And before long, the movement inbox was flooded with requests from people wanting to try the workout. So I returned to City of Angels and convinced David to let us do our first workout on one of his upcoming moving jobs. With an opportunity to finally prove my concept, I was excited. But that's when I made a troubling discovery. When I stopped by the storage unit, I noticed that none of the water we had left for Jack had been touched. At first, I thought he might just be bringing his own water. But when I had the clerk check the gate access records, I realized he might not have been going to his private gym at all.
I don't see any report that shows it was accessed.
This wasn't good. I have major trust issues stemming from a non-sexual incident that happened when I was a child, so I didn't know if I was just being paranoid. But if Jack was still going to his old gym after saying otherwise to an audience of millions, the credibility of our entire workout would be shattered.
Never stepped a foot in the gym in my entire life.
I couldn't risk letting this guy destroy everything I had created, so I paid a visit to a private investigator I'd worked with in the past to help me find out if Jack was honoring our agreement. I want you to help me keep tabs on a fitness model that I'm working with.
Okay. Male or female?
Male.
Male, okay.
I wanted to stay on task, but the conversation got sidetracked as Brian started bragging that he too was a model who had appeared in a couple of magazines in the 80s.
And then all of a sudden, it just went from that magazine to that magazine. And
What magazine?
Penthouse magazine.
Oh, Penthouse. Sorry. So
Years ago.
Penthouse is porn.
It's not. All the time was taking photos of you. That's it. You know, you're with the gorgeous woman.
So you're fully nude in it.
No, you can't really see much.
But you're penetrating.
You can't see.
That's porn, right?
No, it's not. Not even close to being porn. No. All it is just being a male model and taking photographs of you with another woman. It's very tasteful, very professional.
But your penis was erect.
Yeah, of course it looks. When you got a nice
and you're naked.
And you're naked. Yeah.
What do you call that?
What do you call that
type of modeling?
Entertainment. You know, adult entertainment modeling.
Okay. Once Brian was finished bragging, I filled him in on my suspicions about Jack. He says he works out every day, so if he's going
Obviously, he has to work out to get that kind of body.
Brian agreed that something wasn't adding up. I recommended a covert surveillance. So early the next morning, he picked me up in the Best Buy parking lot.
Do it.
And we headed to the neighborhood where Jack lives, parking just down the street from his home.
Just sit here and wait. That's what we do.
After 2 hours of waiting, Jack still hadn't emerged, but I was determined to stick this out as long as it takes. It's a woman.
Yeah. It's not porn.
Penthouse?
No, it's not porn.
I think it is porn.
Porn is when you have an intercourse or fellatio, one of the two.
But you were with a woman.
Yes.
And so that means you
No penetration. I just wish I waited a little bit longer until the kids got a little bit older.
Why?
Because divorces. Because the kids were young and one was out of high school and going to college, and the other two were in high school. I just wish that the little one was out of high school. Some people, you know, don't want to wait it out because they figure, you know, they're wasting 5 years of their life. I need to get out. We do too much for our children.
After 5 hours of waiting, I was about ready to give up. But then, Jack finally emerged. That's him.
Let's go. Your glasses on. Okay, let's do it. I'm on code 5 right now. It's called code 5. Hold the surveillance.
Right there.
Listen, good job.
blown to the lab.
After making a quick stop at a drugstore, I was hopeful he would just be heading back home. But unfortunately, Jack had something else in mind.
This is where he's going. Watch your fitness.
This wasn't good. Clearly, Jack wasn't taking our business arrangement as seriously as I had hoped.
The guy lied to you. He has no respect for you. None.
I was shocked to discover that Jack had been going to his regular gym behind my back. This had to be dealt with quick. So the next day, I had him meet me at the storage locker to confront him about what I saw. So, how's our secret gym been working out for you?
It's working out okay. Yeah. It gets a little hot in there. Get the workout and we'll come out, come out nice and drenched.
Look, Jack, I know you haven't been coming here. I know you're still going to your regular gym. Is that true?
Yes.
With his back against the wall, Jack admitted that the storage unit didn't work for him.
I can't get a good full workout in this gym.
Fortunately, I had come prepared with a compromise that would allow him to work out at any gym he wanted. The way I see it, the only way you can gym is in disguise. So, do you think this is something that can work for you?
Yes, I can put it to work.
Everybody was happy, and after telling Jack that I'd be secretly watching him for the next 6 months, I could now be confident that he'd stick with the plan and our secret would be safe. With Jack back in mind, I reached out to our list of eager movement participants and booked 3 of them for what I described as a free workout intensive. But in reality, these people were showing up for the real moving job I had scheduled with David. Hey everyone! So I'm going to start asking you all a question. Are you guys ready to change your life with the movement workout? And what better way to pump them up than with an inspirational speech from Jack?
I lost over 100 pounds just by moving boxes of furniture. If I can do it, you can do it. Now let's get started and let's start moving.
Great. Thank you, Jack. You're truly an inspiration to us all.
Thank you.
Now that Jack had inspired and energized the group, I handed each of them their matching team workout wear and headed to the client's home to fill out the necessary paperwork. Now, it was finally time to see if these 3 strangers would complete an entire moving job for free. What you'll be getting today is a full body workout. So in this house, I've prepared a bunch of furniture and boxes for you to move into this truck. Got it?
Are we timed on this? Is there a certain time limitation?
The goal is to move as fast as you can because we want a cardio workout too.
Okay.
And with that, they began.
So,
to be honest, I had my doubts going into this. But not only were they efficiently moving the client's stuff, to my surprise, the group actually seemed to be enjoying their workout.
I mean, I've helped friends move before, but I never thought of it as a workout.
So if you go like this, you'll get a bicep workout.
Right.
Do you feel that here?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it became clear they had all bought into the dream that Jack was selling. And after only 2.5 hours, the truck was all loaded up. It was a bit of a challenge to explain why we needed to go to a second house to unload. We're halfway there, but this next part is the most crucial part because your muscles are training during exhaustion, but it seemed like their faith in Jack's workout gave them the will to keep going. There she goes. It took 5 full hours to complete the move, but these people did it without ever thinking it was actual labor. And with everything unloaded from the truck, I congratulated my team on finishing their first workout and sent them off. The moving job was complete, and even though the homeowner had a few minor complaints,
the way they handle the boxes and stuff, I said, they're not professional.
Well, I appreciate that feedback. I think that's really smart. He eventually agreed to sign off on the job.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, it's okay. Everyone has a different personality. And that meant my concept was a success. So the next day, I returned to David to introduce him to the only employee he'll ever need. This is Jack Barbarino.
Hey, Jack. Hi. David, nice to meet you.
And it's his hard work and dedication that really made this workout happen.
Okay.
So anytime you need new movers, okay, Jack can go on the news, lie to everyone in America, and you'll get a fresh batch of people ready to move houses for free.
That's great.
Yeah.
Ready to roll?
All right. Well, I'll leave you to take it from here.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so you're my new boss, so my job is to be out there to promote. I can do news broadcasts and be out in the public. I can do, seminars or, I know Steve Jobs, he, passed away, founder of Apple.
I was happy that David now had the free labor he'd always wanted. And knowing that Jack was holding up his end of the bargain, I could be sure that the movement's future was secure. But there was still one more thing I had to take care of. I just pulled up the dictionary definition of pornography. Printed or visual material containing the explicit description or display of sexual organs or activity.
But you just Googled this, right?
Yeah, that's the dictionary definition.
Printed or visual. Okay, it was printed for sure. One of my parents are so mad at me.
Absolutely. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. Nicky Sports is a growing retail soccer chain in Los Angeles, California. And although owner Nicky Oriana has high hopes of becoming a household name, the high cost of advertising has been holding him back.
I just paid $7,000 for a full
ad. But fortunately for Nicky, I had an innovative idea to gain exposure for his brand without breaking the bank. Hi, Nicky.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Nathan.
How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you? All right. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
How's business going? All right. Best way to advertise a sporting goods store is to get the endorsement of a professional athlete. The problem is, landing a deal like that can cost millions. But if Nicky's were to sign cheap, long-term contracts with a number of children that showed potential, all it would take is for one kid to turn pro for the investment to pay off big time. The plan? To secure endorsements with the soccer stars of tomorrow by investing in kids while they're still cheap.
Well, if there's a possibility, why not?
The only thing is, if you do this, it won't pay off for another 10 to 15 years' time. So I guess I should ask, do you think you'll be around then? Is your health okay and everything?
I'm okay at the moment.
I just wouldn't want to do all this work if it's, you're going to be dead or something.
Well, you never know.
Okay. Probably worth doing that. Roll the dice on that. Nicky was in, so for the next couple weeks, I went to watch several of the best-ranked youth teams in the area, taking note of their top players. Some of these kids suck, huh? What's that? Some of these kids suck. Oh, yeah. And after each game, I would wait in the parking lot to talk to their parents. Your kid's really good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're really good. What's your name? Josh. Hey, nice to meet you, Nathan. I told him I was scouting young athletes for an endorsement deal, and his mom seemed interested. So I asked permission to take all his physical measurements, which I would then use to make my final decision. Great. Over the course of several days, I gathered information on as many of the top kids as I could. And even though some parents had doubts about their kids' potential,
I don't think he's going to excel at this.
I was still able to get extensive data on 40 promising young athletes from in and around the city of Agents. But before making offers, I wanted to figure out which of these kids were most likely to develop the athletic physique needed to play soccer professionally. So I met with Cornelius Ladd, an age progression specialist I found on Craigslist, who said he could accurately predict what these kids would look like when they were all grown up. I don't know much about age progression. Is this kind of a science then?
Yes, police use this technology all the time for missing children's cases, and
children have actually been found by the police based on renderings of artists like myself.
Wow.
I mean, I have a really good eye for what could possibly be as far as what a person could.
Cornelius seemed perfect for the job, so I gave him a jump drive containing all the photos of my top picks, and later that week, I returned to see the results. Alright, so this is him?
Yes.
What age is this at?
This child, I think, is 8, and age progressed to around 22. And there's quite a bit of progression in this picture. Where if you take this young child who has no facial hair, and I had facial hair, his face is spread out more, his hair is completely gone because of a choice. You know, a lot of people wear bald today. It's an in thing.
How sure are you this is what his body is going to look like?
I would say his body's about 90% of it. At a constant progression, his body would look like this 90%.
90% chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to go to the next one?
Next one?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So in this picture, I think he would grow to be a very attractive young man. And I tried to show that in the picture. And also to keep his ethnicity the same, you know.
You're pretty sure this is how he'll look?
Yes, definitely. Again, you can use this in the court of law.
You're sure? Because there's a lot of money riding on this.
I'm 90% sure.
Okay.
Let's go next one.
Next one?
Next one.
Okay. Why is she playing with her hair like that?
Because it's cute.
Okay.
In her, I'm projecting my own little imagination, but I feel like she's having fun.
So it's science, but then you add your own kind of opinions, or?
Right, you have to have a vision when you start the project. Ultimately, what you end up with is science and vision.
So this is a combination of both?
Right. It's a combination of science and vision.
Okay. This is a boy.
No.
It's, yeah.
Okay, so I made this a girl. Okay, I thought this was a girl.
Okay, it's a boy. I believe.
Well,
yeah.
the good news about that is, or the funny news is that I can take a girl or boy and make it into a girl.
I'm just more concerned with accuracy.
Yeah, I'll make it my man on the next version.
Okay. I wasn't sure about some of Cornelius's choices, but still, I felt like I had enough information to start making offers. So later that week, I began meeting with the parents to negotiate an endorsement deal that would go into effect if their kids went pro. We think $250 is very fair because of the age of your child, and we expect, a low price because we are buying while he's still, sucks.
Okay.
I mean, no one else is offering you deals, right?
All right.
The majority of parents agreed to sign our contract, which would allow Nickies to use their kids as future brand ambassadors if they became star athletes. But I was most excited about landing a deal with my top prospect, Sasha. His skills on the field far exceeded any of the other players, and I felt like he was our best shot at playing in the big leagues and becoming a star. So once I finished up with his dad, I sat down with him to make sure he stayed on track. We're really excited to be in business with you. I see a lot of potential.
Well, this potential.
But as we were chatting about his future, Sasha said something that blindsided me.
When I grow up, I want to become an astronaut.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, Sasha, you want, but your talent really is on the field.
And I think when I'm older enough, like you, maybe I'd go to the moon.
I was deeply concerned. If Sasha chose to pursue his dream of working in the space program, it would be a huge setback for Nicki's endorsement portfolio. I had to find a way to keep him on track. So later that week, I arranged for who I said was a real astronaut to pay a visit to Sasha's home. But in reality, this astronaut was my old pal, James Bailey, who I knew had a special
skill for nudging children in the right direction. I have a special surprise for you today.
Okay.
How would you like to meet a real-life astronaut?
A real one?
Yeah. So I brought in James to help Sasha learn a bit more about life in space.
My whole life has just been a nightmare. It's a terrible experience. Most of my friends have died in space or gone insane from the unimaginable loneliness of being there. Yeah, my wife and my kids, they died in space. It was an accident.
But I thought kids can go to space.
Yeah, I smuggled them on against the rules.
As James went on, I could tell Sasha was getting a better understanding of the dangers of space travel.
Restaurants, they won't even serve me because I used to be an astronaut.
Really? It's like a brown person. If you're a brown person a long time ago, what happened? Like you couldn't go to a restaurant. Is that how it feels?
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. It's that kind of discrimination that happens.
Really?
Yeah, I really just wish I had decided to be a soccer player instead of an astronaut.
Oh.
Yeah, it's too late for me now. I'll probably die on my next mission anyways.
Really? What is it? In 2 years?
Yes, sure. 2 years from now.
After James was done talking to Sasha, I came back in to see how it went.
Wow, that was cool, huh?
Yeah, it was amazing.
You got to talk to a real astronaut.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
He said that his family died in space because he didn't follow the rules and he took his kid. And he told me that once alien tried to pull him into the sun.
Oh, okay. So do you still want to be an astronaut?
Well, not really, not as much.
What do you think you're going to do instead?
Play soccer.
Well, if that's your choice, then that's your choice. Sasha was back on track, and that meant I could finally return to Nikki with the solid portfolio of kids I needed to give them the best shot at becoming a national brand. I mean, some of them are definitely going to flame out, but all you really need is one to go pro for this to pay off big time. So I think your odds are pretty good.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
One thing I like to do is follow up with the businesses I work with. Once the idea is done, to find out if it was actually successful. What'd you just do? Oh, okay. Just looking at your phone. Okay, that's it. Okay. Thanks so much, and take care. Good luck. Emily here has been operating her antique shop, Magnolia and Willow, in the Long Beach area for over 5 years. But lately, she's been finding it tough to get customers in the door.
It does get hard when it's really slow. I mean, it always feels like it's the end of the world.
But after surveying the neighborhood, I realized that Emily might not be taking full advantage of her surroundings, so I paid her a visit with a way to help. I noticed there are a lot of bars and nightclubs in the area.
Yeah.
Is that something you like?
It's a little hard. Sometimes we have some problems with over-serving and that kind of thing, but most of the time we're closed by 6, so it doesn't affect us as much.
But maybe it should. You see, Magnolia and Willow has a strict you break it, you buy it policy, meaning that if an item breaks, it's as good as a sale. So if instead of closing at 6 p.m., Emily extended her hours to be open straight through the night, her chances of inebriated customers generating new sales would greatly increase. The plan? Attract late-night drunks by staying open 24 hours a day.
Well, possibly, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess so, yeah.
I mean, the way I see it, if you get the right drunk in here, you could make more in a single night than you do all month.
I just wouldn't prefer a broken item. I'd rather sell a good one, but yeah. I mean, it would be the same thing no matter what happens. So.
I mean, a lot of the stuff is probably the only way you're going to get anything for it is if someone breaks it.
Well, some of the items, but yeah.
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 Emily agreed to try out my idea to see if it got the results I had promised. So the next day, I returned to the store and officially changed the hours. Then, to help our cause, I had the aisles narrowed slightly and moved some of her poorer selling items to an area of the store that would increase the likelihood of accidental contact. So that evening, once the sun went down, it was time to see if the new extended hours would work. But knowing that tonight's sales would determine if Emily kept using my idea, I wanted to guarantee we had some results. So I headed to a nearby bar with a plan to befriend a drunk patron and lead them back to the store. You know the antique shop next door? Oh, yeah. They're open 24 hours now. 24 hours? Yeah. After a few unsuccessful attempts to connect with the locals, I finally found someone who was willing to chat. What's your favorite movie? Inception. Inception? Yeah. Really? Have you seen that? Why? Why is it your favorite movie? What's yours? Forrest Gump. He told me his name was JJ, and he seemed like my best shot at getting a big sale for Emily. But for this to work, I needed to get him drunk while staying sober enough myself to execute the plan. So prior to my arrival, I had a vacuum-powered device sewn into the lining of my jacket that was designed to discreetly suck up the alcohol I was served through a tube into a pouch on my back. Then, a second motor would deliver apple juice from a different pouch, quickly refilling the glass and allowing me to go shot for shot with JJ without losing my focus one bit. Cheers. Over the course of the next hour, we had several rounds, and I noticed that JJ was getting pretty tipsy. My roommate's been the least favorite in my life. Like, just in case you get too drunk and get lost tonight. That's your address? Yeah. You put a piece of paper with your address in your pocket, so you get drunk often. It really does. Every night. And I felt that we were finally ready to head out. I explained to him that the cameras were there for a documentary about nightlife in Long Beach, but in reality, my only goal was to get him inside the antique shop. There was just one more step I had to take to get him ready. Is this costume party in the area? The costume party? Yeah. Let's go. You want to go? Yeah. Safety is always my #1 priority, so I came up with the idea of a costume party as a way to get JJ into a padded outfit that would protect him against any antiques he might shatter once he stumbled into Emily's store. Cool. And with that, we headed out to my made-up party. I just hoped I could convince him to make a stop along the way. Oh, sweet, look. Open 24 hours? What is it? It's like some sort of store, but look. Free pizza. Do you see it? It's right back there. It's right there in the back, so I can use it. Let's go. All right. Yeah. You okay, man? I'm alright right now. Alright. You better be careful. It's alright. Watch your back. There's no way. I can't even fit through that. It's too tight. Well, what do you want the pizza or what? Got a wedge, too. You broke this stuff. Right, I see that. That's why I'm like, I don't really want to break it anymore because it's super expensive. You break it, you buy it, also. Yeah. The plan was a success. JJ had destroyed a large selection of antiques. But once he freed himself from the aisle, all Emily had to do was catalog the broken items. It's pretty bumpy, huh? Sure, I can take this thing off and ring up the sale.
It's about $280 worth of damage. And that's probably getting off easy because I couldn't really assess all of it for me.
So with that, Emily got to make a sizable sale. Oh, lesson learned, huh? Right. And JJ even got to take home some antiques. If you look at it this way, looks like it's brand new. Right. So, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. Right. I was so happy everything worked out, and Emily seemed really won over by the idea. But as we left the store, I noticed that JJ was still pretty drunk, and since he made such a big purchase, I felt the least I could do was be a gentleman and give him a ride home. You often do stuff like that without really thinking it through? Yeah. As we drove to JJ's apartment, I thought my night was over, but that's when he started talking to me about his sex life. Talk to me, girl, yeah.
Tag team a girl? Yeah. Yeah, what's that?
You have a threesome with you guys and one girl?
You do that? Yeah.
I do it with my brother a lot, actually.
Oh, really?
Me and my brother dog.
JJ began going into detail about the threesomes he has with his brother, and at that point, I really just wanted to get home. But when I dropped him off, he insisted that I meet the guy. So I waited outside as JJ went in and brought out his brother. You guys have sex with the same girl?
Yeah. I told him about tag team. I told him.
So you guys are brothers? And you guys, you'll have sex with the same girl?
Shit, I'll be a girl when he's a girl right next to me. Even like.
And you're looking at each other during it?
No, dark. Lights are off all the way. Don't see shit. It's fun.
But if you're not looking at each other and you're having sex with a girl, why not just one of you do it and then the next one does it later?
Because it's something we do. Right, it's something we've done. All my homeboys from back in Ohio, they do everybody does this. Max, J Squad, George. Shout out to J Squad. Shout out to that J Squad.
I mean, the one I do look at you guys, and a part of me is envious that, you know, I don't have someone in my life that I'm this close with. It's nice to see brotherly love taken to that level in a way.
Yeah, definitely see it. It's just,
and like
to us, it's just like, it's just like this one.
It's great meeting you.
All right, man.
See you guys.
Yeah.
With a successful night under our belt, I could finally return to Magnolia and Willow to get Emily's thoughts on how it went. I mean, it's a pretty big sale.
Yeah, definitely.
So how do you feel about that?
It's good, yeah. And, you know, anytime we're moving any product, it's always beneficial to the store. So
that was a lot of product.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It's just kind of awkward having people that might be having a little too much to drink. It's a little harder to control in your store, that kind of thing.
Well, sale's a sale.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for all your help and your suggestions. It was all really great. Good experience to try it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Thank you.
Absolutely. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. Life isn't easy for smokers these days, as smoking bans throughout America have made the outdoors the only option for lighting up. But hit worst of all has been the bars, and proprietors like Ellen Sanser of the 1881 Club in Pasadena, California, claim that smoking restrictions have caused her profits to plummet.
We lost a lot of our customers. Our business went down by half.
As a smoker herself, she's not happy, so I paid Ellen a visit with a way she might be able to return to those profitable glory days. In my opinion, smokers shouldn't be treated like second-class citizens.
Absolutely.
If anything, they should be treated better than the rest of us because they're going to die so young.
Or at least as well as the rest of them.
Right. So you think people should be allowed to smoke in here?
Yeah.
Well, I might have a way to make that happen.
Okay.
Right now, California state law prohibits smoking in a business unless it happens to be part of a theatrical production where smoking is integral to the plot. So if Ellen added a small audience section to her bar and then classified every patron as an actor in a free-form play, the 1881 Club would become the only drinking hole in town where people could legally smoke.
That could be possible. I never thought about it turning it around that way.
Well, most theater is terrible.
I've seen some bad ones.
Yeah. So who's to say a bar filled with smokers can't be a boundary-pushing theatrical experience?
Right.
In the eyes of the law.
It's an idea. It's definitely an idea.
Ellen was thrilled at the prospect of bringing smokers back to her bar. So the next day, I had my team bring in a couple of theater seats to create a small audience section, and then throw up a curtain to complete the theater experience. I also chose a title for the play, Smokers Allowed, that would conveniently double to attract clientele. Then put up a sign on the door informing patrons that by entering the bar, they're legally agreeing to be actors in a theatrical production. So when nighttime came, I headed to some other bars in the area to get word spreading about LA's hottest new smoking destination. You gotta smoke outside here, huh? Yeah. Have you been to 1881 Club? They allow you to smoke there.
So how do they allow that? Like, is it a loophole?
Yeah, loophole.
What's the loophole?
Theater law?
Oh, really?
Yeah. My promotional efforts seem to be working. All right, smokers unite. Because within minutes, customers began arriving at the 1881 Club for a night of legal indoor smoking. As a final precaution, I had 2 women recruited from the theater district who were interested in seeing an exciting new play. So for 2?
For 2.
Okay, you're in luck. We have 2 front row seats still available.
Very cool.
I knew an audience would be the final piece to legitimize my production in the eyes of the law. So with the women in their seats, it was time to begin the show. All right, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. So it took a lot of work to get this play off the ground. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil anything. But all I'll say is I hope you enjoy this as much as we enjoyed making it. So without further ado, smokers allowed. My plan was working great. People could now smoke freely without the bar having to worry about any legal repercussions. And with the audience shoved away in the corner, hardly any customers seemed to notice they were there. Best of all, I had never seen Ellen look happier. So after an hour and 20 minutes, when the bar crowd started to dwindle, I decided to close the curtain and say the play was over. All right, so that's it. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed Smokers Allowed. It was a successful evening, but then something happened that I never expected. The audience actually seemed to enjoy the play.
Oh man, they were awesome. Yeah, they were awesome. It's so funny because it's like so nothing in a way, but incredibly profound. It reminded me of Sam Shepard.
I didn't really know what to make of this. After all, these ladies could be total kooks. But if what happened in there somehow had genuine theatrical value, it could be a whole new source of revenue for the 1881 Club. So later that week, I arranged a meeting with the chair of the theater department at Glendale Community College to find out if I was actually onto something with my play, Smokers Allowed.
The guy by himself stands out to me because he looks lonely. The couple stands out to me because it tells a story that maybe they're in a new relationship. And I think that curiosity is what makes me want to continue to watch.
Do you think this has theatrical merit?
Yeah, you know, this is slice of life theater. And for that aspect, I think it's important.
Wow. I was amazed that Jeanette saw value in my play.
It's reminiscent of playwrights like John Patrick Shanley.
And even compared it to the work of who I assumed were famous playwrights. It was clear something happened that night that I couldn't ignore. So the next day, I returned to the 1881 Club to see if Ellen was interested in adjusting our approach. I don't know what it was, but people really responded to this thing.
I didn't get to pay much attention. I was busy.
I mean, you can make good money having people smoke in here.
Right.
But you could make millions with a hit play.
That's possible, yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's hard to know if the play would actually be a success, but I think we'd be idiots not to give it a shot.
Yeah, we should.
I was happy to have Ellen on board with my new plan, but as I spent the next day going over the footage from that night, I was no closer to figuring out what made this play so interesting. That wasn't until I noticed a few exciting moments that may have gripped the audience. At one table, there was a couple that shared a kiss, so I knew there was a romantic storyline. There was also a moment where a man showed off his skateboard deck while at the same time a 3-person selfie was happening at the bar. The perfect climactic action scene. I didn't see it before, but this night had all the ingredients of a hit play. So I figured the surest way to guarantee success would be to recreate every moment exactly as it happened. So I spent the afternoon compiling all the audio and video footage we had from that night, and then hired a team of professional transcribers to write down every word that was spoken. It was a lengthy, multi-day process, so I tried to make sure their working environment was as comfortable as possible.
Do you want some apple juice? Yeah. Do you want some apple juice?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, sure.
When the transcription was finally done, I had the dialogue compiled and converted into a script, and then blew up images from our footage so I could cast professional actors to play each role. But since it was crucial that they were able to embody the exact essence of the original person, I set up auditions with my top picks for later that week. But for Ellen's role, I thought it would be simplest if she could just play herself, so I paid her a visit to see if she was right. So you're reading for the role of female bar owner?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to just slate with your name first?
My name's Ellen.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
You did not just say that.
Yes, he did.
All right, here you go.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sweetheart.
All right, great. Well, we'll be in touch.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. I thought Ellen did a pretty good job, but it was only fair to hold off on my decision until the rest of the auditions I had scheduled were done. So you're reading for the part of bar patron number 6. All right, so whenever you're ready.
Bud Light, please.
All right.
Cool.
It's great. You got the part.
Awesome.
As more and more actors came in, the roles were filling up nicely, and I was especially blown away by an actress who nailed the part of Ellen.
You did not just say that.
Yes, he did.
All right, here you go.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sweetheart.
Wow, that was really good. With every role now cast, I gave all my actors a week to familiarize themselves with the script, and then brought them to a church I rented for 3 days of intense group rehearsal over a holiday weekend. So ready, and action. It seemed like most of my actors had a pretty good handle on their lines, and with a little bit of practice, they were getting closer to nailing the blocking of key action sequences that happened on the original night. But as the rehearsal went on, I became concerned about the performances of my romantic leads. Their chemistry was the glue holding this play together, but so far, I wasn't buying it. So after the rest of the group left that day, I kept the pair behind to work with them one-on-one.
I want to, personally give your daughter a sibling. Yeah, I know she'd be like,
I would love to do that for her.
I love you.
I love you too.
All right, stop. I really want this to feel like a real connection, a real love story between you guys, but I'm not getting that sense right now. How about we try an exercise, okay?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So Gabriel, you stand up here. So let's try this. Look into my eyes and say, I love you.
I love you.
Okay. Now, I'm not believing that at this point, so say it again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you. I love you.
Again.
I love you.
Again.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Your tears in your eyes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, sorry. Okay. See, that felt real to me. Did it feel more real when you did it with me than when you did it with him?
Well, I did it more times with you.
Right. But it did.
Well, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it did. More than with him. Okay. So. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And what did you learn by watching that?
That she loves you.
Well, I mean, she's acting. Yeah. So that's good.
Yeah.
So that's what we want from the scene. We want that type of connection.
Okay.
I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great. So let's try that. With my expert guidance and a few more hours of rehearsal, the chemistry between them was now all too real.
I love you.
I love you too.
With the actors in good shape, my crew and I returned to the 1881 Club to prepare for the big premiere. Along with expanding the audience section to 7 seats, I added a selection of branded merchandise to maximize our revenue and increase the cost of drinks to reflect theater prices. And after a bit of promotion,
It's a new play called Smokers Allowed. It's kind of a slice of life. Okay. Hope to see you there. Maybe. Okay.
it was finally time for opening night. I had no idea if we'd get an audience, but as showtime neared, it looked like we might have a sellout on our hands, as a line comprised mostly of family and friends of the actors began filling up the seats. Meanwhile, backstage was abuzz, with my cast running lines and getting some final touch-ups. But before we could begin, I still had the tough task that I'd been putting off of breaking the news to Ellen that she didn't get the part.
So, opening night.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I am. Looking forward to it.
Before we begin, I just want to say your audition was great.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it wasn't quite what I was looking for the role of female bar owner.
Right, no problem. I understand.
Okay. So that being said, I'd like to introduce you to Amy. She's the actress that will be playing you.
All right.
And I think you'll find she really honors the character. Amy, do you want to show her a bit of your Ellen?
Nice to see you. Can I get you a drink?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, so you guys want to switch out?
Okay.
Even though Ellen wouldn't be in the play, I still wanted her to enjoy the show, which is why I had a front row seat in the audience reserved especially for her. With just a few minutes until showtime, I had a final look over to ensure that every prop and every actor was in the exact right position. And once the scene was set, we were ready to begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We're very excited. I'm always hesitant to say too much because I don't want to spoil anything. But I'll just say I hope you enjoy this play as much as we enjoyed making it. So, without further ado, Smokers Allowed.
It was such an amazing feeling to see my play finally launch. And 20 minutes in, it was clear our rehearsals had paid off, as my actors were able to stay faithful to the original night, matching the dialogue and actions as closely as possible.
But instead, I stayed home and I watched The Real Housewives of New York City. Have you ever seen that?
And I could sense that the audience was really connecting with their performance. My romantic leads had finally found a chemistry that felt as genuine as the love that real-life couple they were playing shared. But all this would mean nothing if the play's climax didn't land. The guy showing off his skateboard deck while a 3-person selfie happened at the same time. The audience was on the edge of their seats, craving something to put this over the top.
happy to say, we delivered. It was a strong first showing for the entire cast, and I was hopeful this would be a real moneymaker for the 1881 Club. So once the play was done and the cast took their bows, I felt compelled to express my gratitude for everyone's support. Thank you so much for coming out on behalf of the cast and myself. We're so amazed at this turnout. Now, even though a lot of the characters you saw in the play tonight were smoking, it's important to remember that smoking does kill over 400,000 Americans per year. Another 8.6 million live with a serious illness that was caused by smoking or secondhand smoke. So think before you light up. Thank you so much for coming out, and good night. My play was a bona fide success, and I was so proud of my cast for giving such a memorable performance the audience would never forget.
I would probably not recommend it to anybody as far as saying it's a really good show.
I can't stand this play anymore.
The response was overwhelming, but the only opinion that really mattered was Ellen's. So once the bar cleared out, I nervously checked in with her to get her thoughts. So, what did you think of the play?
It's okay. It was a little boring as far as I was concerned, but...
So you didn't like it?
Not particularly. It just wasn't... They were just sitting there. Nobody was really doing anything.
So does that mean you're not going to keep doing it here?
I doubt it. Seriously doubt it. Our customers come in here to watch sports, watch TV, not just to sit and watch somebody sit there smoking.
All right, well, I appreciate your honesty.
I appreciate you trying.
Ellen saying she didn't want to do my play anymore was the ultimate blow. After all my hard work, I felt sad and rejected. But I realized that maybe there was still a way to get the feeling I was hoping for. So, what did you think of the play?
I thought it was brilliant.
Really?
Yeah, I really did.
And you're going to keep doing it here?
Without a doubt.
So you really liked it?
I loved it.
Say that again.
I loved it.
Again.
I loved it.
Say it again. I knew this wasn't real, but her looking at me in the eyes and saying these words was strangely satisfying. I know it's fake, but it feels really good to hear.
It's not fake. I loved it.
They say reality is what you make of it. So in a world that's cruel and hurtful, who's to say mine can't be nice? Good night. Absolutely. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. If you're a traveling businessman visiting Pomona, California, chances are you'll stay at the iconic Hilltop Hotel. But recently, hotel manager Kenny Pang has been eager to attract a new type of clientele, families on vacation.
The hotel would like to
get more families to come in, because when they come in, they do stay a lot longer than the other guests.
But as far as I'm concerned, if you want to attract families, you have to cater to the needs of the parents. So I paid Kenny a visit with a way to help. When couples stay alone in a hotel, if their relationship's going well, they'll usually have sex, right?
It's common sense.
Yeah, but when families travel together, I imagine it's incredibly frustrating for the parents because they're unable to engage in sexual intercourse because their kids are there.
You know what? I never really pay attention to this matter, but it's out there.
Right now, the reason why parents don't want to have sex while on vacation is because their children will see and hear them, leading to permanent developmental damage which can never be repaired. But if the Hilltop Hotel could offer a portable, soundproof box that completely isolates the child from his parents' carnal acts, they'd quickly become the top hotel choice for sexually active parents traveling with their children. The plan? Attract families to the Hilltop by giving them a way to have sex with their kids in the room.
It would still be inside the room. That's what I'm saying.
You know, the best part is kids wouldn't see this as some prison they're forced into. It would be a fun isolation box that kids of all ages would enjoy.
If you put it that way, theoretically, maybe.
Kenny was beginning to see the potential of my idea and even had some suggestions of his own.
Every single thing that the kids would love could go into that box. I mean, yeah, little flashlights, little stars that, go off at night.
But before committing to anything, he wanted to see a working prototype. So I got to work constructing our first isolation chamber that would be large enough to house a child up to 16 years of age. But since the most important part was the soundproofing, we layered the inside walls with 6 inches of rock wool batting, and then added a cork-lined inner chamber with a pressurized seal that would eliminate vibrations. Because the box had to be airtight, I also installed a self-contained breathing system that would pump oxygen in while scrubbing out the CO2 so the child wouldn't suffocate. And as a final precaution, I created a rainforest soundscape to play inside the box with custom animal calls that would hopefully camouflage any sex noises that happen to get through. With every precaution taken, and the box now decorated to make it exciting for kids, it seemed like our prototype was complete. But I knew that if even one sex noise happened to get through to the inside, the Hilltop could be liable for traumatizing an innocent child. So after setting up the box in one of their suites, I hired 2 pornographic performers to help me test it out under real-life circumstances. Do you normally start, kissing a little bit, and then it gets more and more? Or?
It kind of depends on the scene. I mean, usually, sometimes there's kissing, sometimes it just goes straight to blowjob.
Oh, okay. While Tony and Holly got ready in the bathroom, I brought in our test subject.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Nathan. Nice to meet you.
An 8-year-old child actor named Bradley.
What the heck?
Pretty cool fort, huh?
Yeah.
Bradley loved the box, and after helping him in and showing him how to alert me in case of an emergency, you see that light inside the chamber, making sure there was no way he could get out on his own and ruin his innocence. Even though Bradley's parents were fully aware of what was about to happen, they still insisted on being present during the test. So I just want to be clear with you guys, because this is a test, I'm going to have the performers go at each other pretty hard.
Okay.
And with that, I brought Jurgen and Marie into the room so we could begin. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Oh,
I love you so much, Marie.
that's really what I like it, Jurgen.
I gave them your names to make it more realistic.
Watch him learn, huh?
Oh, you like making me beg for that dick, don't you, Jurgen?
After a few minutes, the real Jurgen and Marie decided to leave the room.
If he's uncomfortable,
There's an alert button.
okay, just let me know.
That's okay. I'll take care of it.
Thanks.
With Jurgen and Marie gone, I was left to monitor the rest of the test on my own. Once I observed the couple had climaxed, I knew it wasn't going to get any louder. So I had them finish up and brought in something comfortable for them to put on. And with Holly and Tony out of the room, it was time to see if my box had worked.
So what was it like being in outer space?
Fun.
Did you hear anything?
Animal noises.
Animal noises? Nothing besides that? Nothing?
Nothing.
My box had passed an initial test, but with a child's mental health on the line, I needed to make sure it held up under even the most extreme circumstances. So to put it through the ultimate stress test, I arranged for an additional 5 performers to join Tony and Holly for a 7-person orgy.
So these are some of my friends here. So say hi. Yeah. Okay, you know the drill, right?
Yeah.
Blast off.
It was clear that if my box could withstand this, it would hold up in any situation a hotel client might get into. So after the 30-minute group session concluded, I followed up one more time with Bradley.
So, how was that?
Awesome.
Did you hear anything strange this time?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
It worked. The box was completely soundproof, and that meant I could finally return to Kenny with undeniable proof that the product was ready to be offered to his guests.
Oh, okay. Almost like a space shuttle. So as you can see, we tested out in every possible scenario, from a couple making love to a 7-person group engagement, and there was a child in there the entire time who didn't hear anything. Okay. Well, so I guess we'll leave the box in the lobby and just let me know if you want to order any more. Thank you for the offer, but you don't have to worry about it. It's my gift to you. We'll just leave it in the lobby. All right, leave it in the lobby then. Yeah.
In making this show, I'm constantly on the road, driving from location to location. I try to use the time as best I can, like catching up on the royalty-free music tracks I'm thinking of using in my show.
Hot summer nights after the sun went down, dreaming of a life outside my little town.
But because the traffic is so terrible in Southern California, I often find myself stuck in total gridlock, causing me huge delays to wherever I'm going. And in my line of work, being late is not an option. So I recently developed a solution that allows me to be on time no matter how bad traffic gets. Here's how it works. Whenever I'm on the road, I make sure to have 2 interns follow me on a motorcycle. Then, the second I hit any traffic, I give them a signal out my window to approach the side of the car. This is where a switch occurs, as my unpaid intern takes my spot in the car while I quickly mount the back of the motorcycle. And because it's legal to split lanes in California, I'm able to speed through the gridlock and get to where I'm going without any delay whatsoever, leaving my unpaid intern to wait in traffic and eventually deliver my car to my destination. But the more I use the system, the more I notice that others around me look envious of my ability to avoid traffic. And that's when I realized I might have accidentally stumbled onto a major business opportunity. If I could arrange for hundreds of motorcyclists throughout the city to be on call to fetch gridlocked drivers at a moment's notice, I'd be able to help everyone avoid traffic, and my gridlock rescue concept could become a national hit. But to do this would take some work, so we'll check back with this in a bit. But first, Rosa Landrian is a travel agent and the owner of Glendale, California's TRAVELure by Rose. But in this internet age, she's seen her long-standing business crippled by modern technology.
All of a sudden, internet came and everybody's going directly to the internet.
And because of this, her customers have dwindled to the last holdouts of the information age, the oldest of the old. So I paid Rose a visit with a really good solution. You see, pretty soon Rose's customers will be so old that the only travel they'll be interested in planning is their trip into the ground. So if Rose were to capitalize on her giant Rolodex of elders by helping them book their funerals, she'd open up a whole new stream of revenue from coffin sales and grave plots. The plan? For Rose to transition her travel agency into a full-service funeral home.
What are you talking?
I mean, even you acknowledge the business is going to die.
Yes.
Travel agents aren't going to be around much longer.
My opinion.
Your opinion.
Yes.
So this is a last-ditch effort to squeeze out as much as you can from your customers before they're gone for good.
Rose seemed interested in the prospect of making money from her dying customers. But since neither of us knew how the funeral business actually operated, I booked us an appointment at one of the area's most popular funeral homes. Not wanting to tip off that we were a new competitor looking for trade secrets, I convinced Rose to pose as my dying wife, whose funeral we were looking to plan before she bites the dust. Okay, show me how you're going to act in there.
What do you want? I mean, like this?
Yeah, that's realistic, kind of sick, almost dead. Okay, good.
But I'm a very strong lady.
Yeah, you're strong in real life, but this you're pretending to be sick.
Okay.
So we headed into our meeting with funeral director Brianna Gallagher to find out everything we could about their business model.
Sadly, my wife Rose has come down with Klein's and she's on her way out, so we're trying to make arrangements for the day.
Sure.
So whatever options you have and can run through kind of everything you offer, that would be really helpful for us to make our decision.
Absolutely.
With the funeral director through all their products and services, and I was sure to take note of everything.
And can I ask who your distributor is for these?
Aurora. We use Aurora caskets.
Aurora?
Yes.
My plan was working to get Rose the information she needed, but I was surprised to learn that the business was trending away from caskets altogether.
Cremation is on the rise right now.
It was clear that if Rose wanted to compete, she'd need to be able to offer cremation to her customers. But when I looked online, I discovered that cremation furnaces were ridiculously expensive, and the only ovens that seemed to be in her price range were ones that cooked pizzas. But before suggesting this to Rose, I needed to be sure it could incinerate a body. So I contacted a local pizzeria and asked if I could do a test in one of their ovens. Obviously, I couldn't use a real cadaver, so I structured a makeshift body out of dough and filled the insides with pork bones and whatever stuff I could to make the anatomy as close to human as possible. And once it was done, we wrapped it up and headed over to Burbank Pizzeria to see if their oven would burn it to a crisp.
I was totally just a calzone you were going to cook. I wasn't sure that this was going to be this big of a deal with clothing and cloth and leather and hair and stuff like that. So.
Okay, but if we take off the clothing, then it's okay?
I think it would be best if you want to cook it.
After a brief negotiation, George allowed me to continue as long as we put him in naked. So once all the clothes were removed, George and I delicately loaded the body into the 650-degree oven. And then all there was left to do was wait.
Are you married?
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Are you married?
No. Yeah.
Give me some water.
After an hour and a half, George had to open up his shop, so he made me take out the body before it was fully burned. But he seemed confident that this would work.
A few more hours, would it all just burn to a crisp?
Yeah.
Would that work the same for a human body too?
Well, anything in that heat eventually will burn, yeah.
With the success of my scientific experiment, I now knew that Rose would be able to offer cremations on a budget. So I dressed up her waiting area with marketing materials that would showcase all the new services that were available. And with that, it was time to see if Rose could convince customers to plan their funerals with TRAVELure.
I'd like to go again to Las Vegas, Nevada.
After handling the customer's travel needs, I then had Rose bring up the new service.
And we sell, sorry, I'm telling you this one, funeral packages. Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. If you are ready or you have the plans, like we prepare all these packages. I don't have plans in that area right now, though, but yeah, it's good to know. Yeah, I need to know just in case. Whenever you need it, just let me know. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
But unfortunately, the customer wasn't interested. And after that, Rose started having second thoughts.
It has to come from my heart. I have to like what I'm doing.
So it's not quite for you.
I can do it, but again, it's not from my heart.
You know, it's funny, all this talk about funerals and stuff has really got me thinking a lot about my own mortality. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It makes you realize at the end of the day, it's not about how much money you make or how many girls you've slept with. It's about the little moments that are nice.
Very nice.
Like this.
Yeah, this moment is very good.
Good luck with everything, Rose.
Thank you, Tomato. Thank you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Earlier, you saw me come up with an idea to rescue people from gridlock. But to see if this would work as an actual service, I'd first need to recruit motorcyclists that were interested in being riders. Knowing that bikers have a pack mentality, I thought I'd have the best chance of gaining their interest if they thought I was one of them. So I headed to a local biker bar with the goal of recruiting couples who ride together to take part in my service. And after spending some time doing my best to blend in,
my life.
I met a biker couple named Sean and Laura who seemed interested in my idea.
I'm working on a business opportunity and I'm looking for couples that know how to ride.
So the next day, I brought them into my office to see if they'd be right for the job.
To launch this, I'm looking for strong couples because, if I hire you guys and you break up, you're kind of useless to me.
Right.
So I should ask, are there any issues in the relationship at all?
I think we're pretty solid. I mean, I'm not
looking to go see anybody else, so.
Okay. If I hire you and God forbid you guys do break up, how quickly do you think you'd be able to get into a new relationship?
That's I wouldn't be able to answer that. Sometimes it's been years, sometimes it's been the next day. It's
next day?
I have done it in a day. I've done 2 in a day.
What does that mean?
I had too much fun in one day with 2 different women.
You like a threesome?
No, it was separate. In the same day, the same party, but no, not together.
So you had sex with one woman, then another right after?
Pretty much.
Okay. So if this relationship ends, you'll find someone pretty quick.
Sure.
Okay. Well, you guys seem great.
With Laura and Sean on board, I was one step closer to my gridlock rescue service becoming a reality. But before launching this, I needed to see if there was interest from actual commuters. So I sent Sean and Laura out into rush hour traffic to see if the public would embrace my idea.
Hello, Daniel. How you doing today? We're offering a service. My girlfriend will be more than happy to drive your car to wherever you're going. You can get on the back of the bike, and we'll get you there a whole lot quicker.
All right.
All right.
I was surprised that people weren't receptive to my idea.
Just tell me where you want to go. We'll take you. I know you don't want to do it, but please don't disrespect me while I'm talking to you. Hop on the bike.
And in that moment, for the first time, I finally realized the fatal flaw in my concept. In this post-Pearl Harbor world, people don't trust their fellow man the way they once did.
People are just so scared, afraid of the unknown. Once they shut their mind off, it's really hard to open it up.
Exactly.
It was a sad conclusion to what I thought was a revolutionary idea, but at least we could celebrate that we gave it our all as a team.
What are you guys doing later tonight?
Well, I'm taking her out to get something to eat.
Oh, where are you guys going to go?
I don't know yet. Maybe fish.
Fish?
Crab.
Oh, sounds good. Would you like to
me to come too, and we could all have a...
No, I think we're good.
Okay, you guys, it's like just for you guys?
Yeah, no, I'm taking my lady out.
Okay.
Don't really need any company with me.
Okay, sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to be third wheel, you know.
That's what it would be, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's great working with you guys.
Nice working with you.
Yes. In the end, Sean and Laura weren't that different from everyone else. Too afraid of the unknown to let a stranger inside. But brother, I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather be trusting than late.
Hot summer nights after the sun went down, dreaming of a life outside my little town.
Absolutely. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated from one of Canada's top business schools with really good grades. Now, I'm using my knowledge to help struggling small business owners make it in this competitive world. This is Nathan for you. For most women, nails are the main way they can express to others what color they like the most, which is why in the town of Altadena, California, there's a nail salon on nearly every corner. And this competition has left Kim Han, owner of Corner Beauty Nails, desperate to stand out.
I always try to be different from other nail salon to make my customer happy.
Because I'm unfamiliar with the nail salon experience, I decided to visit Corner Beauty undercover as a gorgeous woman looking to get a manicure. You may have expected me to wear a dress or long hair, but I believe a modern woman can present herself however she likes. And once inside, I was able to get a sense of the female experience at the salon. Oh, this one's gorgeous. That's lovely. After 20 minutes of being there, I hadn't seen any issues with their offerings or services. But after, while digging through my purse to find my car keys, I discovered that I'd completely ruined my nail job. And later that week, when I finally met Kim, she agreed that it was a problem for her business.
They do something, they're looking for the key, or they hit the door. Anything can happen when the nail wet.
And then you have to fix it.
I have to fix it for free.
But customers would never have to dig for their keys and ruin their nails again if Corner Beauty offered a free valet.
I don't know, good idea or not, I don't know.
I mean, I know I'm a bit of a fish out of water when it comes to this stuff because I'm not a woman. But you should know I was raised a feminist, and I have a very strong female side to me. So even though on the outside I appear masculine and rugged, on the inside, you know, I feel like I can relate to you.
Yeah, that's good.
Kim liked my valet idea, but to save on staffing costs, she suggested I use her current employees when they had downtime in between clients. So after she pitched it to her staff and they seemed interested, I brought them out back to prep them for the job. So, who here has operated a valet stand before? Okay, no problem. It's really easy. First rule of valet is you gotta know how to catch keys. Because people are going to park their car and they're going to throw their keys at you. And you never know when they're going to come. Good. After practicing a variety of key catching methods with the staff, if it's a pop fly, one person's got to call it, okay?
Nice.
Call it before it lands. Yeah. I felt like they now had all the skills they needed to run a valet. Yeah. You know guitar? You guys play or?
No,
I don't either. With the training complete, we were ready to get started. So the next day, after setting up our valet stand and outfitting the staff, it was time to offer our new service to customers. Hey, welcome. So we're offering free valet today. So after you're done, you know you don't have to be going through your purse and ruining your nails trying to find your keys.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, the customer seemed to love the idea, but I sensed some hesitation when I presented Tina as the valet driver.
Well, whomever usually does it.
They're the valet.
Okay, like that.
At first, I just figured it was people's surprise at seeing a valet run by nail technicians.
Why would she be breaking my car?
She's doing the valet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I realized it might be something more.
You have a driver's license?
Yeah, she's a good driver. She has a license.
All right, thanks.
And later, when I talked to Tina, she seemed to agree.
I don't know how to ride.
They think that?
I don't know.
That's when I realized the disturbing truth. The
These customers seem to be influenced by a common but misguided stereotype that Asians are bad drivers. If this valet was going to work, it became clear I would have to do something to change these customers' long-held beliefs. So I went online and found an Asian stunt driver named Verena May, who could do some pretty impressive stuff with a car. And I felt that if she could stand in as one of our valets, customers would finally see the truth about what Asians can do behind the wheel. So I'm working with a nail salon whose customers are unfortunately a bit behind the times when it comes to their thoughts about Asian drivers.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Got it. All the stereotypical stuff.
You've heard all that, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I figure if they saw someone who wasn't only a good driver, but the best in the world, they'd be forced to permanently change their ideas about Asian drivers.
Okay.
Do you think you could help do this? Or
Absolutely. I would love to do it.
The only thing is the staff at the salon, they all have very thick Asian accents.
Okay.
And I noticed you don't, and I don't want any of the customers there thinking, you're a plant,
Yeah.
So would you be able to maybe put on an accent?
Asian accent?
And
I
then,
can try, but I don't really want to be like a stereotypical one. But, for example, what do you want me to say?
you want me to show you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not totally comfortable doing that. That's not offensive if I do it, is it?
I don't think so, but
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to counteract stereotypes. The last thing I want to be is do something racist.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm just showing you the voice, but I'm not like saying I'm necessarily right. It's just my idea, maybe, but I'm not like I don't want to offend or do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not the best at this, but maybe something like,
Oh, would you like me to park your car?
is that sound Asian or?
It sounds a little Asian, yeah.
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 With Verena on board, the next day we returned to the salon, and I made sure to dress her to look identical to the regular staff. When the first customer arrived and saw her valet, I knew she was probably nervous, but my hope was that once she had finished up with her manicure, Verena would be able to show her once and for all the truth about Asian drivers. So what do you do for a living?
I work at Bloomingdale's.
Oh, okay, wow.
And this is prom season, so I'm selling lots of dresses.
Oh, wow, yeah, I bet. Lots of girls going to prom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thought they couldn't drive, huh?
Yeah.
Right away, I could see a lifetime of prejudice melting out of her brain. And as more and more Corner Beauty Spa regulars saw Verena in action, I could tell they would never be hesitant to use a valet run by Asians again.
Your car?
So with that, I could now return to Kim, confident that my solution to prevent women from chipping their nails would work. Worked pretty well, right?
I have to say you do a good job.
And I bet you didn't think, as a man, I could have come up with something that would work so well for women.
Maybe you feel how the women feel.
And I know what women want.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you for those words of encouragement.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Very nice. Happy to work with you, and good luck with your business. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Making this show, I get a lot of feedback. And one of the most common misconceptions viewers seem to have about me is that I'm a guy who never smiles and doesn't know how to have fun. And that really bugs me because it couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, I'm actually very fun, relaxed, and easygoing. Now, obviously, I could just be saying that to you. So tonight, I'm going to prove it. How? By spending the entire day with a complete stranger and measuring his dopamine levels during our hangout, comparing them against a baseline to prove scientifically that he did have fun hanging out with me. To start things off, I went on Craigslist and searched through the listings in the strictly platonic section in order to track down a stranger who'd be willing to spend time with me. I then sent emails to a handful of posters looking to hang out. And the next day, after fielding a number of inappropriate responses, I got a nice email from a man named Brendan, who had recently relocated to Los Angeles and seemed eager to make new friends. So we made plans to hang out later that week. But since this was all about proving to you at home that I am indeed fun, I would need to get evidence that cannot be refuted. So I paid a visit to Dr. Whimsy Anderson, a specialist in neurotransmitter testing, to advise me on how to scientifically prove a person is fun.
When someone's having fun, you might see an elevation in serotonin, an elevation in dopamine, or an elevation of both serotonin and dopamine, both.
So if their serotonin or dopamine levels go up when they're hanging out with me, that would mean that I'm fun.
For them, yes.
Dr. Whimsy said to get accurate results, I'd need to obtain 2 samples of either urine or blood from the person. One before our hangout began to act as a baseline, and a second at the end of doing several activities together. Knowing it would skew the results if he was aware of what was being tested, I would have to obtain Brendan's urine without his knowledge. So prior to his arrival at my office, I set up a tempting selection of beverages in the waiting area. Then, in the bathroom, I put an out-of-order sign on the toilet and attached a clear plastic bag to the urinal mat, creating a reservoir that would discreetly collect any liquid stream on its way down the drain. With everything set and me positioned in a van outside, I watched as moments later, Brendan arrived. To buy as much time as possible, I sent him a text telling him I was running late and to wait for me in the lobby. After only a few minutes, he began browsing the selection of drinks and eventually settled on a Dr. Pepper. Then, a half hour later, the moment I'd been waiting for finally came as Brendan got up and headed towards the bathroom, hopefully to deposit what would be our baseline urine sample. So once he was done, it was time to head in to introduce myself.
Brendan?
Yeah.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah, Brendan. How you doing?
Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to the bathroom and we can head out, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I pretended that I had to go to the bathroom too, but in reality, it was just so I could transfer the sample from the secret urinal chamber into the specimen cup while it was still fresh. Meanwhile, one of my production assistants informed Brendan that our day was going to be filmed for a documentary about Craigslist hangouts, and Brendan seemed more than happy to participate.
Yeah, sure.
With his sample seal, I hid it underneath a hollowed-out candle and then lit the wicks to signal to my unpaid intern that it was ready to be taken to the lab for testing. And with the sample secured, I could finally begin my day with Brendan.
I just wanted to be clear before we leave. I put in the platonic section, but I know a lot of people on there were looking for sexual stuff.
No.
That's not you, right?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Good. Just want to make sure.
No, sorry.
Okay, cool.
I'm just looking for someone to hang out with.
Oh, yeah.
That's
okay.
Great.
And with both of us on the same page, it was time to have some fun. I had planned several activities that I hoped would raise Brendan's dopamine levels enough to get the results I needed. Buckle up! And as we headed to our first destination, we got to know each other.
Like Star Wars, you had the red and blue factor. You had the dark side was the red, and the light side was blue. In the Matrix, you had the red pill or the blue pill.
Okay.
In Shaun of the Dead, the little cone that he ate was red.
Okay.
In Hot Fuzz, the color was blue. In Next Generation, if they were blue, they typically would die. And in the original series, it was red.
It seemed like Brendan and I didn't have a lot in common, but I was hopeful that once he saw my fun side, things would change.
All right. So, we're going to go into a hat store and try on silly hats.
Okay.
That's fun, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something, is that fun for you? Okay, let's go. All right.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
Trying on hats is something everyone can enjoy, and it was the perfect way to show Brendan that I'm the type of guy who doesn't take himself too seriously.
This is what girls would wear, so yeah, I don't know about this one.
But Brendan wasn't having the reaction I expected, and after we left, I was doubtful his neurotransmitters were sufficiently raised by the hat store experience, so I was counting on the day's next activity to do the trick.
You like go-karts?
Hell yeah.
Yeah? Right away, I could tell Brendan was excited.
I've got to go with red because of the red factor in Star Trek.
All right. Go-karting is like normal driving, except the car is so much smaller. So the fun comes from the fact that you know your body is too big for the car. And as we started going around the track, I could tell it was working, as Brendan was smiling from ear to ear. It seemed like his fun levels were peaking, so I wanted to get his second sample as quickly as possible. But since waiting for his urine again could take hours, I had a plan to get this sample immediately at a clinic via blood test. The only thing I had to do now was convince him to go.
You know, I was thinking we should do something totally random, you know?
Yeah, is there something you want to do?
I don't know. We should go for like a blood test or something. Like, wouldn't that be crazy? So random, just go to a lab and get our blood drawn and stuff.
A blood test? An actual blood test?
Yeah.
I haven't done that. Yeah, we can do that. That sounds cool.
I mean, they're pretty fun to do.
Yeah, let's do blood tests. That'd be kind of cool.
And with Brendan on board, we were off. Coming off the thrill of go-kart racing, I wanted to harvest Brendan's blood as quickly as possible. So we headed to a nearby medical clinic where I had pre-arranged for the necessary lab work. To make sure his levels didn't drop due to the unfun setting, I asked the nurse if she'd be willing to hide an electronic fart machine on her person that I'd be able to activate by remote control during the blood draw.
You think you could do that?
I'll try my best.
My hope was that Brendan would think they were real farts and that the fun of that would spike his dopamine levels right as the blood was being taken.
Who's going first?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay, yeah.
And with Brendan in his seat, it was time to see if this would work.
Sorry about that. My apologies. Sorry.
You have some gas today, or?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh, you're okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, it's okay.
Sorry.
I mean, you should stay home if you're that sick.
I apologize for that.
I mean, if your bowels are...
I'm okay, and we're just done, so I will be stepping out in a moment. Sorry about that. Upset stomach today. Sorry. Apologies.
The farts were working, and it seemed like Brendan was having the time of his life.
All right, so I'm going to do mine, and I'll see you. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was good.
So with everything I needed, it was time to say goodbye to Brendan.
Oh, I'll catch you on the flip side, man.
Flip side?
On the flip side, okay. Catch you later, dude.
All right, see you, man.
Yeah, see you.
But whether this would translate into actual science was still to be seen. So later that week, I returned to Dr. Whimsy's office, nervously awaiting the results.
His serotonin when he started was within normal range. The number was 87.22. The day of fun, it was 219.92, so it shot up 2.5 times what it initially was.
Well, that's huge.
They're very impressive numbers. So this person who was with you was not only having fun, but they were happy and they had a greater sense of well-being when they were with you.
Wow. That's amazing. Because, I think a part of me has always had this thing ever since I was a kid that, people maybe don't like hanging out with me. And, even though they might say they're having fun, they're really not. And it's really hard to, have those thoughts. I think it can really take a toll on your self-esteem a bit, But now if anyone questions me and ever says that I'm not fun or is uncomfortable hanging out with me, I can say, no, you're wrong. I am fun, and it's been scientifically proven. Thanks. Sorry, I just kind of opened up to you. You're not.
Oh, that's cool. I think it's great. That's great.
There was no denying it. After getting the data from Dr. Whimsy, I now had scientific proof that I am fun. But as I was looking over Brendan's results, I realized that if he enjoyed his time with me this much, maybe this could be more than just an experiment for my show. Maybe this could be the start of an actual friendship. So later that week, I arranged a meetup at Brendan's apartment, because if this was going to turn into something real, he deserved to know the truth.
So, there's something I should tell you.
Okay.
I mean, to start off a friendship, you need to start on the right foot. And that means honesty.
Yeah, exactly.
So, when we were first hanging out, I was secretly collecting your urine to have it tested in the lab to see if your dopamine levels went up.
Why would you do that?
I wanted to see if you were having fun hanging out with me.
I've never had anybody do that. I mean, secretly, taking my urine to find out if my dopamine levels went up or not.
I know that's weird, but it was a one-time thing. It won't happen again, and I wanted to be honest with you, so now you can trust me.
No, you took my urine. I mean, if you're looking at it a scientific way, you did what you did. It's not going to hurt me. It's just urine.
Am I still someone you'd want to be friends with?
Yeah, you just took my urine. That's in the past, man. I'm fine. Let's. I want to go do something today. Let's go do something exciting.
Absolutely. Good evening. Right now, I'm on a rooftop in the heart of historic downtown Los Angeles, overseeing the final preparations for what could be one of the most astonishing events to ever be broadcast on television. An event that could change a man's life forever. This is Corey, an ordinary guy whose life is in a rut. But 2 weeks ago, I secretly took over Corey's entire identity with one goal in mind: to transform a totally unremarkable man into a national hero. How will I do it? Well, if everything goes as planned, in just moments, a crowd below will be inspired as Corey steps off this rooftop and performs a death-defying tightrope walk for charity. But what no one will know is that the man who's really walking that wire will be me.
I've always believed that there's a hero inside each and every one of us. So 9 months ago, to inspire you, I began working on a secret project to prove that even the most unlikely people have the potential for greatness. Can anyone become a hero? Well, tonight, you're about to find out. When I decided I wanted to transform someone's life, I knew I needed to find a person who was beyond hopeless. So I sent out a team of producers to scour food courts, coffee shops, gas stations, and comic book stores, looking for people who wanted a better life. The producers told them they were recruiting for a new reality show in which participants would receive a life makeover. And after an exhaustive search that lasted weeks, someone finally caught my eye.
My name is Corey Calderwood, and I work in an arcade right now, 3 days a week.
Corey was single, stuck in a dead-end job, and lived with his parents. He didn't seem to have any life plans whatsoever, so I paid him a visit at his home in Ventura, California, with an offer to change his life forever.
Are you happy with where you're at in your life right now?
Most of the time, I'd say I have those moments where you feel like it could be better. There's things that I still want, I guess.
Corey spends most of his days caring for his parents' house where he still lives, playing video games, and organizing his collection of Magic the Gathering cards.
Just a fun little way to pass some time.
But since his mom and stepdad are away in Hawaii on business most of the year, his grandparents have become his main caregivers, and they too would like to see more from Corey.
He has a great potential. He just doesn't either know how to
achieve it or to get into it. He just seems to be gliding through life right now.
Sliding away.
Sliding away.
Corey was the perfect candidate, but I had to make sure he was willing to play by my rules.
I should tell you that you won't have much information throughout this process. And once we get started, you will be completely cut off from the outside world. All right. That is interesting. But I can tell you that if you do this, by the time I'm done, you will reemerge as a national hero. So, are you in?
Yeah.
Sure.
With Corey on board and a legal liability waiver signed, I could now begin the process of learning everything about him, as my plan would soon require me to secretly take over Corey's life.
My stepdad travels for his work. I definitely find braces to be really cute for some reason. I like Alfredo pasta, and I worked at a call center, worked at a recycling factory. My favorite movie of all time was Tommy Boy. I just say cool beans a lot.
Cool beans.
But learning facts about Corey wouldn't be enough, as my plan would require me to physically become him. So I asked him to give me a tour of his bedroom with the real purpose of secretly studying his mannerisms and the way he moved.
Well, normally, I just go on for a little bit.
But to pull this off, my resemblance to Corey would have to go further. So the next day, we told him he'd have to take a routine physical to make sure he was fit enough to participate in the show. But what Corey didn't know is that the doctor was actually 4-time Emmy-nominated makeup artist Vincent Van Dyke, who, in the guise of performing some routine medical tests,
So this is going to just test for epilepsy. Just trying to close your eyes, okay?
was able to secure our most crucial asset for my transformation, a full 3D laser scan of Corey's face.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
With his digitized facial map on file, I had it sent to a 3D printer to create a life-size replica bust. And once complete, it was delivered to Vincent's studio in Burbank, where he began the process of casting the mold for the latex prosthetic that would turn me into Corey Calderwood. But for what I was about to do next, I had to get the real Corey out of town.
Just so you don't know where you're going, I'm going to put this bag over your head. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You can breathe okay?
Yeah.
Once I assumed his identity, there couldn't be two of us.
Okay, you comfortable?
Yeah. So I needed to completely isolate Corey from the rest of the world, away from phones, internet, and especially his family.
The road ends here, okay? So we're going to go into a helicopter.
Okay.
Here?
Oh, that's bright. That is a big eye adjustment.
So you can kind of see you got everything you need.
I had fully stocked a trailer with enough supplies for Corey to survive while I hid him in a remote corner of the Mojave Desert.
Do you like this brand, Market Pantry?
I don't think I've had it before, but I'll find out.
Yeah. After showing him how to use the portable toilet,
Oh, yeah.
I took possession of his ID cards, keys, and cell phone.
Nice case. Where'd you get this?
That was my mom's old phone.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking it looks kind of girly.
Yeah. Are you guys going to come by and check on me periodically, or is it I'm out here for 2 weeks, then you show up and I head back?
Yes. And with Corey squared away, I was off. Walking a wire is one of the most inspiring acts a human can do. So for the past 7 months, I've been teaching myself how to balance on a half-inch steel tightrope. When I first attempted this, I couldn't even stay on the wire for more than a few seconds at a time. But after days and days and hundreds of hours of relentless practice, I began to get the hang of it. And just a week before meeting Corey, I was finally good enough to make it across a wire suspended 5 feet in the air. But to turn someone into a national hero, I would need the spectacle to be much bigger. So I picked a pair of buildings in downtown Los Angeles to be the platform for a death-defying wire walk 80 feet above the ground. Now I just had to convince the public that another man would be doing it. So with Corey laying low in the desert, I worked round the clock to master my impersonation.
I love specifically like Alfredo pasta.
And once the prosthetic and custom bodysuit were ready, we began the 4.5-hour application process that would complete my transformation into Corey Calderwood. And then I headed into the first media appearance I had booked for Corey to promote the big event.
95.5 KLOS.
You're going to get on a wire downtown Los Angeles, and it's something, you're not a tightrope walker?
No.
This isn't what you do.
I just started learning to wire walk 6 months ago. It's totally new for me.
I can't imagine you being on a high wire with thousands possibly of people.
A lot of people have been saying that what I'm doing is inspiring and heroic, you know, but I really don't see it that way. My goal is to raise awareness for breast cancer and the charity Mediviver specifically.
Well, then you are a hero.
Yes.
I hope you make it.
I don't see it that way. I don't really see myself as a hero, but thank you for saying that. That is nice.
Did breast cancer affect you personally in some way?
No. The radio appearance couldn't have gone better, and with millions of people listening, I was hopeful it would draw a crowd. But there was still one issue I had to resolve. When I first met Corey, he opened up to me about something he was struggling with.
It would be good to be in a relationship. It gets lonely when you're not with someone for a while, you know.
I was worried that if his love life remained unfulfilled, he might not have the confidence he would need to step into his new role as a hero. So I decided to create an online dating account for Corey that I populated with photos from his Facebook page. I also created some new images that would help portray Corey as a sensitive guy that women would be unable to resist. And shortly after uploading them to his profile, it seemed to work, as by the next morning I had a response from a lovely woman named Jasmine, who seemed like she might be a good fit for Corey. And after telling her that a camera crew was following me because I was going to be performing a death-defying wire walk, she instantly agreed to go on a date, which I set for the following night. My goal was to establish a relationship that Corey would ultimately take over, so I tried my best to portray a realistic but charming version of the man whose skin I was in.
I've just spent most of my time in Ventura, you know,
Really?
not the greatest place, but it's kind of hard to talk about myself with a goddess sitting right in front of me. Yeah, sorry. Is that a bit cheesy or?
No, it's actually really sweet. Nobody's ever called me that before.
I was immediately surprised at how well the date was going, as in these situations, I'm usually a lot more nervous.
Back in high school, I was actually on the debate team.
Wow. So what's it like to debate with you then?
I'm pretty good.
Pretty good arguer?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at debating.
Should we try and debate something now? Or I don't know. It's just a silly joke. We don't have to do that.
And 10 minutes in, not only were Corey and Jasmine hitting it off.
So have you actually tried walking across the building yet?
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's going to be nerve-wracking.
They also had a lot in common.
Do you play Sims at all?
I do.
Yes, so do I. That's my guilty pleasure. Sims.
Oh, yes. It's a guilty pleasure for me. I love Sims. Yeah. Cool beans.
I like that expression.
After a fun night of conversation, it was time to wrap things up. But before leaving, I wanted to make it clear to Jasmine just how serious about her Corey was.
I hope it's not too forward to ask, but can I ask your permission to kiss you?
Oh, sure.
But it wasn't going to happen now, because I told her I wanted our first kiss to be special.
I was thinking we can do it right when I step off that wire.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Okay.
With Jasmine consenting to a kiss, I was one step closer to getting Corey a real relationship. But after she left, I found myself strangely surprised by my own confidence. There was something about being in another person's skin that made all my social anxiety vanish, and I didn't feel ready to call it a night just yet.
My friends are in from Boston.
Boston. Oh, hi, I'm from Boston. I love Ben Affleck. I was able to charm complete strangers. It was a side of me I'd never seen before.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, of course. Anytime. Corey, do you guys like dancing? It was nice for once to have a night away from all my insecurities. And as it came to an end, I actually felt a bit sad, knowing that I'd soon have to go back to being me. With the day of the wire walk fast approaching, I had Corey's grandparents brought to Los Angeles to witness the big event. So far, they had been kept completely in the dark about everything, but shortly after their arrival, I began receiving some troubling messages on Corey's phone.
We haven't heard from you in a few days, honey. Is everything okay? We're getting concerned.
His grandparents had found out about the wire walk from one of the newspaper ads we were running and became so concerned that they insisted on seeing their grandson in person. This was a big problem. I knew my Corey disguise and impression were good, but to fool his own family would take some additional effort. So I sent our sound guy out to the Mojave Desert and had him record Corey saying a specific series of phrases that I had written.
Yeah, sure. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay.
Corey had no idea why we needed this, but I was able to use these audio clips to create a digital soundboard that would allow me to have any conversation I wanted in his actual voice.
I agree.
I then arranged to meet Corey's grandparents at their hotel, but since I didn't want them to see me up close, I hired an actress to pose as a hotel manager and informed them that no one was allowed in or out.
We just have a suspicious man on the loose. We're checking it out right now, so please just stay in your room.
Then I texted them from across the street, telling them to go out on their balcony. Now I just had to pray that this would work.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, Grandma.
Corey, hi.
So great to see you.
It's great to see you.
The hotel is on lockdown. They won't let me inside. We'll have to talk like this.
You okay?
Yes. Just don't worry about me. I've been training hard, and I'll be totally safe.
You better be.
Yes. I need to go now. But just know I'm safe and feeling great. I'll see you both at the big event.
We love you.
Love you, Corey.
Yes.
Bye.
It worked like a charm, and Corey's grandparents didn't suspect a thing.
Is he in that van over there? I can't tell.
I think so. And once we were out of sight, I had the fake manager defuse the situation.
The gunman has been killed, and you are free now to go around the hotel as freely as you'd like.
Someone was killed in the hotel?
With Corey's grandparents put at ease, I could now refocus getting in some last-minute practice, working privately with aerial arts expert Richie Gaona. But what I didn't expect was the psychological shock to my system when we increased the height of my training wire. My brain just wouldn't allow me to take a single step, and I became seriously concerned that once I was up on that rooftop, my body might completely shut down. But with my team already underway constructing the rigging for the wire walk, there was no turning back now. The day had finally arrived for Corey to be transformed into a hero in front of the eyes of the nation. So early that morning, I sent my crew to retrieve him from the desert and covertly transport him into the city. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a team of experts rigged the 3/4-inch steel wire that would be my only support as I attempted to walk across the terrifying 80-foot drop. And with the final preparations underway, news outlets were already arriving on site, and a crowd of spectators began to gather below. My plan was to cross from the north to south rooftop, where a secret switch would take place, and the real Corey would emerge for his kiss with Jasmine. It had been a week since she last saw me up close, so my hope was that once I switched with Corey, any minor discrepancies in our appearance would go unnoticed. So with Jasmine now in position on the rooftop, and Corey's grandparents looking on below, I had Corey brought from the van into a holding area downstairs, and once he was changed into his wire walking suit, it was time to bring him up to speed. Take off your hood.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. A little confused at what's going on right now, but
It's me, Nathan.
yeah.
You knew?
Yeah. Could kind of recognize your voice under there, but yeah.
Time was of the essence, so I quickly explained to Corey my plan for the big wire walk event.
So that's what we're gonna do right now. You're gonna do that, and then we'll pretend it's me who did it.
Yes. Corey, are you ready to be a hero?
I guess we have it all set up, so kind of got to do it now.
With Corey on board, I updated him on everything I had done with his life while he was away.
This is your girlfriend, Jasmine. She's already consented to kissing you. Okay. And I would avoid using too much tongue since it's the first time. Okay, yeah, okay, just fine, make sure. Okay, good.
Now I just had to get him to the rooftop without being seen.
So to get you up there, I'm going to put you in this bag.
Oh, okay.
I told Corey that after his kiss with Jasmine, he would deliver a pre-written speech and then present a check to a breast cancer charity, which would cement him as a hero. So with everyone in place, it was time for the event to begin. It was the most thrilling moment of my life. And even though the plan was to only cross once, I wasn't ready to stop being Corey just yet.
He's gonna do it again.
I crossed the wire 5 more times, and I could have kept going, but I knew I had a promise to keep. So it was time for me to enter the tent and give Corey his life back.
All right, you take it from here, okay? Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. That was crazy. Did you hear everybody cheering for you?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was pretty crazy. It's really good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. That was crazy. You did it so many times. You kept going back and forth.
It's pretty hot. You want to kiss now?
Definitely. I got soft lips. Thank you.
I think I need to go do that. Okay. All right. So, what a moment. Thank you, everyone, for supporting me as I walked the wire to inspire you and raise awareness for breast cancer. I'd also like to thank my beautiful girlfriend, Jasmine, for giving me the courage to do this. She's my rock. Jasmine, I love you. I'm living proof that anyone can become a hero. Never stop dreaming. Thank you.
Oh, that was exciting.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to be down lower to the ground.
Yeah.
this afternoon in downtown LA, amateur tightrope walker Corey Calderwood of Ventura calmly strolled from rooftop to rooftop, 80 feet above the pavement.
I can't believe it.
It's like muscle memory instinct, and my mind just was blank. It was just like getting it done. It was just a big rush of adrenaline, and I feel like there was no real thoughts going in my head. It was just like doing it.
Calderwood says he did this stunt to raise awareness for Medabire, a national organization that funds breast cancer research. So bravo to him.
Grandpa, this is Jasmine.
Yes, how are you? I'm fine. Hi, Jasmine. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys too. I'm so proud of your grandson. Well,
He's
I'm proud of you.
You did something I never, ever thought would be possible from you.
Now, are you? What happens now?
Absolutely.
His man over the middle. Jones connects with Douglas, who has been huge for the Patriots this afternoon.
And what a tough play there by Demario Douglas, the rookie out of Liberty, coming from the left side of your screen, right into the middle of the field. Excellent throw, and then good wrestling by Douglas because Tyrell Dodson is on the field now. He's replaced Dorian Williams at linebacker. Battled him for the football. Douglas would not let it go.
Line of scrimmages inside the 5.
Power formation to the right. I mean, they're masked over here.
But again, Elliott. Nothing there.
So after Kayvon Thibodeau dropped the interception, it's 3rd and 14 for Sam Howell. He's feeling the heat immediately, just dumps it off, and that was not going to get 14 as close, but not enough. And that'll be a Washington punt back to the G-men with still 2.5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter in that game.
Matt Jones is 6 of 6 this half. Second and goal. Jones looking, throws, Kendrick Bourne, he's got the angle, touchdown, Patriots. Nine plays, 66 yards, more than 6 minutes off the clock, and they're going to go for 2.
This is an example of a rub route or a pick route that works well for New England without causing a penalty. Hunter Henry, the tight end, provides that opening that Kendrick Bourne takes full advantage of, catches the ball and gets it to the end zone. I gotta go for 2 here for New England.
Trying to make this a 14-point lead. 7:36 on the clock. Jones from the gun. Way too high. Gesicki and a flag down.
Pass interference, defense number 47. Ball placed at the 1-yard line. Great try.
That's Benford. So we saw a little bit of this last week against the New York Giants. Contact.
Look at his right arm. You see it, but you see his right arm down around the hip? Looked like he was escorting him towards the back of the end zone. Now remember, it was the second flag that didn't get called.
That secured the win.
That secured the win for Buffalo.
Ball spotted at the 1. Stevenson in there. Jump. Phillips looking for an advantage. Penalty marker thrown.
He said, what are you going to do? Split the difference? Could be a half yard now.
Encroachment, defense, number 97. This is the goal line. Inside it down. We're actually in range of a bit of another. And let's come back to the battle for first place in the NFC South. We are now in the 4th quarter between the Bucs and the Falcons. Buccaneers football at midfield, trailing by a field goal. Another 2-point attempt coming up for New England to try and make it a full 2-touchdown game. Mac Jones, don't think he got there as Baker Mayfield dances around and gets dropped. The pass rush gets home for the Atlanta Falcons. So the Bills defense does its job on the 2-point conversion. Falcons defense does its job and will take the Bucs off the field, getting the football back to their team with the lead.
Odd right there on him. Morphs, tries to get help inside, and that's just the coverage that he's taking.
Yeah, who's having a day. I mentioned this is kind of fantasy players nickname this 5 Armageddon when you have 6 or more teams on the bye. Deontay Foreman, if you started Deontay Foreman today as a bye-week replacement or just regular on your fantasy league, boy, is he coming through. Hurdle right here, nifty stuff, big smile on his face as he's doing all the action today. 100 scrimmage yards. He's got over 100 scrimmage yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 through the air, and the Bears in control, 21-6 over the Raiders at the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Approaching the end of the third here, Giants with a touchdown lead, and this was after the... Giants had a possession and ended up punting it back to Washington. We just didn't see any of the Giants' offense. This is a fresh set of downs for Sam Howell. Deep down the sideline for McLaurin, takes a big hit, and he held on, and there's the flag, too. And somehow McLaurin was able to hold on to the football. What a play by Terry McLaurin. And now Nick Gates, the former Giant, mixing it up with his own teammate Xavier McKinney. So a lot to sort out here for John Hudson. A 27-yard reception by McLaurin. A beautiful go-route, beautiful throw. Courage to stand in there, track that ball, take the hit, and come down with the catch. They're going to tag another 15 yards on the end of this one. Yeah, this is the defenseless receiver, so it's a no-brainer on the personal foul here. John Hussey will make the announcement in ref camp.
Inside roughness defense, number 29. Hit to the defenseless receiver. 15 yards, automatic, first down.
And you see on the right side of the screen, we were showing you Hussey making the announcement there in New Jersey. That's Deontay Foreman, who was down and injured. This was the next play after the hurdle that we showed you. Foreman goes to the sideline, got a little bit of medical attention, it appeared, and is on the sideline as we speak. Bears still have the football now, 8.5 minutes remain, with a 2-touchdown lead over the Raiders. It's a 2-score deficit for the home team Indianapolis Colts against the Cleveland Browns here. Still mid-third quarter, this game with a number of points, turnovers, some injuries, some reviewed plays, a ton of time left in this game. Colts trying to make it a one-possession contest here in the third. Giving Jonathan Taylor something to work with. Mitchell fakes, feels the pressure. They set up to the screen to Taylor. He's got some blockers. Taylor, open green grass, inside the 15, nearly to the 10. I'll tell you what, it's superb instincts with this little move. This little duck inside sets it all up. It just sets it up perfectly. Fake it. We're going to go live to the team trailing by a touchdown approaching the fourth quarter here in East Rutherford. And now it's third and fourth. We had the Jonathan Taylor big play that we had a first down play for the Colts that didn't go anywhere. So there should be second down coming up, or did they get the first down? Yeah, it'll be second and 4 coming up for the Colts. But you can tell that Jonathan Taylor puts a lot of thought into his game. Injured Cleveland Brown. I think so. I think you give yourself anything less than 5 yards here, no sack. Anything less than 5 yards, I think they're in 4-down territory. Giants fans on their feet. A lot of movement up front. Another false start against the Commanders.
False start. Offense number 72.
Mark off the credit of the yardage there. And we'll show you one quick play for the Detroit Lions. Second and 1. Diggs on the pitch, has some room. Jameer Gibbs, no one touches of his hand, 4-6. And that's Jameer Gibbs' first NFL touchdown. Congratulations to the Lions' first-round pick. Jonathan Taylor has scored many NFL touchdowns. Jack that makes this a one-possession game at Lucas Oil. Colts get a little bit closer. You'll see the celebration on the left side of the screen. We go double box with Cordero Patterson, Desmond Ritter, and the Atlanta Falcons offense looking for a touchdown to make it a two-possession game here in Tampa. Plus to the 30-yard line. It's going to game break with Caruso.
Thank you, Chris. How about this? Patriots were already
56 to the end zone. Boy, that looked about as close to the old Jonathan Taylor on that drive as we've seen. Third game back since rejoining the Colts' newly minted contract extension. And he's like barely surviving the Giants in the previous game.
Well, they just did that. I mean, New England gets so bad, and then all of a sudden people do that to Buffalo. Just shows week by week lead.
Getting the first down. That's Levante David's 12th tackle of this game. Rewind on this drive. Started inside of the 10-yard line for the Falcons. Desmond Ritter didn't see first option available, then ad-libs, and first option available, then ad-libs, and flips it. First option available, then ad-libs, and flips it. First option available, then ad-libs, and flips it to Tyler Algier. Algier making the tackle. Wager right back to the Falcons next snap. Interesting sequence here. Washington needs a touchdown to tie. Into the third quarter, Terry McLaurin, diving catch, gets... runs into the end zone. However, he was touched on his helmet while his knees were sliding on the ground. Ever so slight, but right there he was touched down. They took a look at. And it confirmed it. They've gone to the end of the third quarter. You're not missing anything in the Commanders game. Here for the Falcons, did Ritter and the O-line push forward enough? As if it's a first down. The Bucs looks like they will spot it ahead of the line to gain, but we'll get you. Back to Washington and the Giants when they begin the fourth quarter. You call timeout before a delay the play. He's running down. Let's see. Oh, he wanted him to reset. Where was the Bucs Bucs defense. He saunters into the end zone, and Atlanta is up 2 scores.
Well, you got to go back to a play or two earlier where they ran that zone read.
And it looked like the ball came out near the goal line. We're going to get a replay here. It was ruled a touchdown. Winfield knocks it out. See his hand in there? So that made me let see if he crossed the line. That made a touchback. Oh, this is big.
That is huge.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Where was the defense? Antoine Winfield came in and swatted it. Sam Howell shot to the end zone over the top of Curtis Samuel's head. When we need a down the goal line shot here to determine, and Ritter broke the play. They are looking at it. Those camera angles were not definitive, but Ritter definitely was slowing down inside of the 5-yard line. The ruling on the field is a touchdown. We'll see what the booth review would reveal to. If it ends up being a fumble inside of the 1-yard line, it went out of bounds in the end zone, which would give the football back to the Buccaneers. That's a massive booth review going on right now. Tampa Bay. Howell to McLaurin. Chase for the Deontay pass. He was down before the ball came out. And now it's 4th and short for Washington. Let's see what Ron Rivera wants to do. We got a 2-point game in Indianapolis. The Cleveland Browns 30, Colts 28. Cleveland has the football. 4th and 2. They're lining up to go for it. With the lead in the ball. Pitch it up. Cleveland has the football. 4th and 2. They're lining up to go for it. With the lead in the ball. Pitch it up to Jerome Ford. Down. A disastrous execution by Kevin Stefanski's guys. Turnover on downs. The Colts are in business, and we're not even in the 4th quarter yet at Lucas Oil Stadium. Whoa. It's a 27-yard attempt for Joey Slye. So now both teams have missed the field goal. That's the second block field goal we have seen this afternoon here in Week 7. Brian Hoyer getting desperation mode now and took too many chances, gets it intercepted, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to get it. He's gone. It's Jalen Johnson on the pick 6 for Chicago. It's all good in Chicago. Tyson Bagent going to get a win in his first NFL start. Good for the Bears. Mac Jones and the Patriots, they're going to press the gas pedal down, and then they lose the football. They lost the football. Oh, Patriots. They're throwing for it with the lead and the ball. 5 minutes remaining, and we're waiting on the consequential call here. Ron Torbert will make the announcement in Tampa. Ruling on the field was a Ritter touchdown, as Josh Allen and the Bills are into the red zone just like that. A touchdown can take the lead for Buffalo. And they overturned the call at Raymond James Stadium. It was a touchback. Ritter slowing down as he went into the end zone. Antoine Winfield with the hustle play to punch out the football, which went out of the side of the end zone. A massive turnover by the Falcons, who are going to be up 2 scores. Instead, it maintains a 3-point game, and the Bucs have the ball. That is witching out in the game.
Allen is going to run it. Allen plows through inside the 10. The ball popped free late. Here that Allen was already down. Anthony Jennings got in there for New England. So Buffalo retains. Ball will be spotted inside the 10.
And so after the turnover on downs for the Browns, here comes 3rd and 8. And it's a free play for Gardner Minshew as the Browns jumped off. It's caught Alec Pierce. That's why you take a shot when you get the free play. Pierce with a nifty. They had 1
hand on it, then brought it in with the second hand, 32 yards closer in field goal range. Lickety split, driven backwards. Those potential free plays as Mitchie makes her pay for it once again. Wildcat here, direct snap, taken by Taylor. For Bill Belichick, Steve Belichick, Gerard Mayo, Josh Allen. That play was almost disastrous on a couple of ends there. Could have been a big sack. Allen. Turnover into the end zone, but it'll be fourth down, and you know the Bills will go for it here. Needing a touchdown, field goal does you no good. Meanwhile, the Colts, Browns. Game, end of the third quarter. You're not missing anything in India. Here's the drama. After the timeout, Bill Belichick wants an explanation. Chris Godwin. The Buccaneers are on the move after the passive swing play. Desmond Ridder fumble out of the side of the end zone. You got Baker Mayfield and the Bucs already in field goal range, looking for a touchdown though to take the lead.
Shot right to try and find some room. Once again, for the 20. Chris Godwin and his wife, Mariah, is a fitness instructor, and he often credits her for inspiring his work ethic to stay in good shape. He's got 6 catches today and takes a lot of the pounding, whether it's from the slider. Now it's a 4th and 2.
Diggs in the slot. Lets it fly. Catch made inside the 5. Kincaid has got a first down.
14 catches last 2 games coming in. Mayfield to throw. Sacked it. Richie Grant with a takeaway for the Falcons. It's been all about defense today.
For Dog Kincaid, it's October 22nd, 2023. He's coming live to come of age today.
4 chances here for Buffalo. 2:14 on the clock. Trailing by 5. Allen under pressure.
Wow, so it's at his birthday. Yeah.
Right at the goal line. Flag down. Murray the grab. Bentley had a beat on the flag in the end zone. That often indicates defensive holding. We'll check the penalty there. Indianapolis, start of the 4th quarter. Field goal or a touchdown takes the lead here. Trying to get to Minshew. Minshew into the pocket. Completes. Incomplete. Pittman, you thought he was about to bring it in. He's been so good for this offense over the last 2 years, couldn't squeeze it.
Yeah, he just had to reach his left hand back there. Minshew he just put it, he's running at full speed, trying to tip the ball to himself. And if that ball was just placed about 6 inches to the left,
You have a decision
that's a
maker for
touchdown.
Buffalo. You could put the ball right at the goal line after the catch by Murray. I think that's Touch Street Blakeman is trying to get the wood from on the Buffalo sideline.
You picture a 3rd and 9. Here comes a slam. Taylor. Inside contact. Defense number 13. Buffalo declines that penalty.
Yeah, they're going to decline the ball 2nd and goal inside the 1.
See the grab and the turn, and you see the hand right there. Look at him just grabbing the jersey and riding him the entire way. Good job being detected by the officials, and there's the catch. He goes down. This is quarterback sneak territory all day long.
2:07 on the clock. 2nd and goal. Now it's buried.
But he kept pushing.
Operation again as the Indianapolis Colts.
Good warning. Allen didn't get there. Each team has 2 timeouts remaining. New England's got the lead 22-17, but Buffalo.
But the Buffalo Bills have beaten the Patriots 4 straight times, including the playoffs. They'll need a goal line play to take the lead there late in the fourth quarter. The Giants have held the lead the entire way against the Commanders, and now they want to work some clock. Saquon Barkley catching a pass for 7 yards and getting a first down. G-Ben. We've got the rookie draft pick just got himself a big play. Here's the replay of it, and that's going to set up the Giants inside of the red zone, I believe. Right around the red zone, certainly. As the Giants, any type of a score here will make it a 2-possession lead. 9 minutes remain here in the fourth quarter. You're not missing anything of the Bills. The Bills and the Patriots have taken a commercial break. It's the 2-minute warning there at Gillette Stadium in New England. We'll get you back there in a couple of minutes.
Washington is just challenging the lead.
And back to Tampa.
Fumbles by Ritter. They're still 13-10 controlling the tempo of this game.
Bucks are going to use a timeout right now, so they will have 1 remaining. Still the 2-minute warning. This is the point of the Bucks challenged and lost, so they maintained possession. And they had a first and goal, and then there was a fumble and then moments ago, Winfield knocks it out. That would have been a 2-score game. And then Grant comes up with the big interception when Tampa is already in field goal range. And on a second down throw, Baker Mayfield intercepted. Now with 3rd down 5, Atlanta from their own 20. John Robinson has not touched the ball. He's been in for some snaps. Just come into the game. And now he's rotated out. He wasn't feeling well. Not feeling quite terrific yet. But a big chance for the Bucs defense. Playing the defense. We're coming out of a 2-minute warning timeout in Foxborough. Atlanta is facing the Buccaneers defense and the Buccaneers crowd on 3rd and 5. Cordero passes in. Not going to get there. The Bucs will force a punt. Baker Mayfield's going to get a chance to be a late fourth quarter hero one more time. And here we go full to Foxborough.
Inside the 1.
You can still go sneak here.
And they will. Allen takes it right to the goal line. And he's in. Touchdown, Buffalo. The Bills take the lead with 1:53 on the clock. Bills are going to go for 2 here.
So watch here and see the double, McGovern and Deion Dawkins, and Josh Allen able to get behind it on this one and avoid Jawan Bentley knifing through who had made the play on the previous snap. This time he's able to avoid him, getting behind his 2 big guys up front and burrowing his way in.
23-22 Buffalo, 2-point attempt here. Trying to make this a 3-point game with 1:58 on the clock. Allen operating out of the gun. Allen has the time, a fixed ball. 2-point try to Knox is good, but a penalty marker down.
I think it's going to stand. I think there's a hold on New England. It's going to stand in the end zone.
If it stands, it's 25-22 Bills. It would be 15 points.
Defense number 30. Kelly's decline.
To put it on the board, 15 points on the way.
The Bills have their first lead of the afternoon. It comes at the 1:58 mark of the fourth quarter. Early fourth quarter here. The Colts took the lead in the beginning of the fourth quarter with the field goal. Now David Njoku catches the pass and gets a first down for Cleveland. P.J. Walker quarterbacking the Browns apparently for the rest of the way.
one goes 17 yards. The Bears trying to put the finishing touches on their win over the Raiders, what we expect will be a win. And it's good to see Deontay Foreman was the carrier on that play. Foreman back in the game after apparently being shaken up and coming to the sideline temporarily earlier in the fourth quarter.
Just got them talking about how outside the numbers, Amari Cooper has been invisible. This time they line up in a bunch formation with Cooper in this position. Some sort of a crossing pattern to try to get him open.
Walker, they protected, far side, Cooper, first down Cleveland. They pick up 13. Let's go live to Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield, no timeouts remaining, but 2:32, plenty of time to get a field goal or a touchdown. We're making choices as to which game to take you to, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a good argument to be made for all three of these right now. So we'll go triple box. 2-minute warning coming up at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. You've got the Giants leading with 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter and then in the red zone. On the bottom of the screen, the Cleveland Browns trail by a point. Saquon Barkley, Baker Mayfield is loose, upper left-hand corner. Washington thinking they just turned over Saquon at the end of this play. The Washington defenders trying to sell it, and the officials agree. A turnover by the Giants while they were in the red zone with the lead, and now the Commanders get the ball halfway through the fourth quarter. Baker Mayfield, the veteran quarterback now, hasn't scrambled like that for quite a while that I've seen, but we're at the 2-minute warning at Raymond James Stadium. We'll bookmark the Buccaneers and get you back there after the commercial break. Incomplete, but a penalty marker comes in the area of defensive holding or maybe pass interference. And on the bottom of the new triple box, we bring in the New England Patriots, who for the first time today are trailing. Mac Jones and the Patriots need a field goal to tie, touchdown to take the lead. They picked up the flag. No pass interference and an incomplete pass will bring up third down and long for PJ Walker and the Cleveland Browns. Saquon Barkley looks up to the big screen there in somewhat of MetLife Stadium. Someone at MetLife Stadium saying out. Stevenson keeps his footing, can't turn the corner, and he's dropped. Tyrell. Buccaneers benefited from a Falcons defense.
He's on the turf and Terrell back there covering. That's third and goal.
We'll get you right back for third and goal, but we show you every touchdown from every game. You're not missing anything in the New England Buffalo game. Trust me, you're not missing anything there. Garbage touchdown for some of you fantasy owners, perhaps. Jacoby Myers from Aiden O'Connell. 9-yard shot there. The Bears still with an 18-point lead. Chicago will beat the Raiders at home at Soldier Field. Here comes third and goal, and then here comes first and goal for the New England Patriots. We'll call it in the double box. The home team trailing. A touchdown could take the lead and potentially win the game. All day for Baker, and then he runs out of time. He holds it too long, and it's a sack, and now it's fourth and goal. The Bucs will have to try a game-tying field goal. Mac Jones, they're going to throw for it on first and goal, back of the end zone, over the top of his intended target. 15 seconds remain. So both of these teams with chip shot field goals at their disposal, should they elect to do that. But there's some clock management issues to play here, and you still want to take shots to the end zone to get you what could be the game-winning touchdown. Second and goal coming up for the Patriots. Atlanta has just called a timeout at Raymond James Stadium. So 49 seconds with a fourth and goal. We're going to see the Bucs kick a field goal undoubtedly there to try and tie it at 13. Second and goal. Jones swings it. Touchdown! Yosicki! Patriots go and try it. What would national tight ends they be without a Mike Gesicki? Bad, gritty, potential game-winning touchdown, and what's one of the upsets of the year in the National Football League. Buccaneers kick to tie the game is good. 45 seconds remaining in regulation. Falcons 13, Buccaneers 13. Winner gets first place in the NFC South. The Patriots 1-5 on the season at home against their heated division rival. Patriots have lost 3 games in a row. They've lost 4 in a row head-to-head to Buffalo, and yet coming up with an inspired performance today. 12 seconds left, and they take a 28-25 lead. We have 3 minutes remaining. Washington needs a touchdown to tie this up.
And this one's going down.
Full start. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. First down.
It's on the right tackle, Andrew Wiley. Don't forget, coming up next, Game 2 for NFL on CBS doubleheader, headlined by the Chargers and Chiefs. So if you miss it, unpack
Already 2 late-winning field goals this season. A struggle to the top of the South. Darrell Patterson, who has a history with 9 kickoff returns for a touchdown.
So 3 games still in question. Upper left-hand corner, how impressive will Arthur Smith be with Atlanta's second-year quarterback Desmond Ridder? It's tied up with 45 seconds left to go. How many deep shots do you let him take to try and get a game-winning field goal at the end of regulation? Upper right-hand corner, it's near miracle territory required for the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen and company only have 12 seconds, and that's assuming that no time comes off the clock here. Belichick will kick it deep instead of a squib kick to maybe take time off. He'll start at the 25-yard line. Desmond Ridder on the upper left-hand corner, underthrown to Kyle Pitts, who he scooped that one up. That's a nice grab by Kyle Pitts, and the Falcons will take their next time out. This one might be automatically reviewed. Oh, that's good. Oh, there it was, a bobble, and I believe we hit the grass there. So automatic booth review under 2 minutes remaining. Looks like that one's going to be overturned. In fact, you see the Falcons backing up. The Bills will have it at 12 seconds remaining. We still on that? Here we go. 1 or 2 plays remaining for the Buffalo Bills in the upper right-hand corner. Bottom of the screen coming up on the 2-minute warning. Washington needs a touchdown. Josh Allen releases the kid, and Stephon Diggs cannot come up with that one as he dove to the ground and took a hard hit on the turf there at Gillette Stadium. 1 play remaining for Buffalo, and it would absolutely have to be one of the all-time wildest finishes in the NFL if the Bills are able to do something. By the way, New England, if they end up holding on for this one, this will be Bill Belichick's 300th career win. Rare air for the future Hall of Fame coach of the New England Patriots. Belichick would join Don Shula and George Papa Bear Hallis as the only head coaches able to get to 300 or more wins in an NFL head coaching career. We've got Cleveland. Oh, here we go. Cleveland. There's still plenty of time in this game. It is fourth quarter. Cleveland for the go-ahead score. We've got another lead change in the fourth quarter. The Colts kick the field goal to make it 31-30. The Browns kick a fourth quarter field goal to make it 33-31. And we play on at Lucas Oil with 6.5 minutes remaining. There's still plenty of action to be had here in the Browns-Colts game. All right, still waiting on the official review to be announced. I mean, everyone's back at 2nd and 10. Here we go. Now the play clock's going. 40 seconds remaining in regulation.
Timeouts away. The Tigers on the block. Catch. Final touchdown. The second one. And coach just setting up on this play.
5 seconds left. Patriots have 2 players deep. Allen, 2 seconds, 1 second. This is it now for Buffalo. Allen trying to run. Loses the ball, scooped up. It's over. The Patriots get it done. Vic Jones leads the comeback as Bill Belichick, with his 300th regular season win, joining Don Shula and George Hallis as the only other 2
on that historic list. 29-25. Patriots. Just when people were ready to look at the ruins of what's been the modern Roman Empire in the NFL, Bill Belichick comes up with a massive upset win at home for the faithful there in Foxborough. A lot of football to be played and a lot of ground to overcome for the Patriots, and they're going to be players in December and maybe even January, but still, second win of the year for New England, and a big one that hurts the Bills' chances. And Miami Dolphins fans, you're waiting for your team to take the field? That's a gift given to you by Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots. That's Bill Belichick's 300-game winner, Bill Belichick, and the New England Patriots over Buffalo 29-25. Well, out of the 2-minute warning timeout, it is fourth down. The Giants defense can almost seal it here with a stop.
Powell to the air, and he's got McLaurin for a first down. They dragged the defender with him all the way down to the 11. That was Deontay Banks. First down for the Commanders.
Awesome poise by Sam Howell to be able to stand in there, deliver an accurate throw to his guy, Terry McLaurin, the guy he goes to in critical situations. Massive to go. Youngway Koo gets a 51-yarder at the end of regulation to walk off, win the game, and give the Falcons first place in the division. Can he do it?
Plenty of time. Throws it to the back of the end zone, incomplete. 1:10 to go.
Youngway Koo on top of the world with another game winner.
Well, there you go. That's why the kicking game right there is important. Beautiful snap hold. Koo puts it through for the victory. I tell you what, celebrate. Go ahead and celebrate. Not a pretty game, but I tell you, this Atlanta team, very resilient. You can see them right there.
Well, those players on defense, March there on both sides of the defense.
Pass to McLaurin. McLaurin at the 10. Lowers his shoulder and taking it down at the 7. Deontay Banks on the tackle. And a timeout is called.
Sam Howell's very aware that pressure is about to be in his face. So he gets a quick bubble screen out to Terry McLaurin, picks up. The play clock is ticking down to 0. Just needs a second stretch. So the Patriots get a dramatic fourth quarter win. The Falcons get a dramatic fourth quarter win. We play on to the fourth quarter here as Michael Pittman Jr. is loose. The missed tackle will let him go the distance, 75 yards, and the third change of the lead in the fourth quarter between the Browns and the Colts in the highest scoring game of the day, one of the higher scoring games so far here this season. There was a flag for taunting as Pittman gave the peace sign a la Tyreek Hill as he was going into the end zone. We'll see how they adjudicate that at the end, but that's a go-ahead score for the Falcons. 3 lead changes in the fourth quarter. We still have 5.5 minutes remaining.
Howell to the end zone for McLaurin, incomplete. Banks had the coverage, and now it's fourth down.
That Sam Howell sees there's no safety in the middle of the field. We are into the late window as well. The drama in the early window bleeding over into the 4 o'clock Eastern hour. We've got the Rams and the Steelers from SoFi Stadium. It's a Rams sack. As we'll follow that game, Kenny Pickett and company are going to have to punt on their opening possession to the Rams. You've also got the Cardinals at the Seahawks just underway in the first quarter. defense holds. Sam Howell does an unbelievable. Opening possession for the Rams. You've also got the Cardinals at the Seahawks just underway in the first quarter. Oh, pressure coming. Throws to the end zone. Dodson dropped it. And the coverage. Lions defense holds. Sam. Was hurt, and the Giants were accusing him of maybe exaggerating the injury to stop the clock. But when that happens, the play clock resets, and the Giants escape without having to punt. So kind of a clunky end to what was a dramatic fourth quarter insofar as a 14-7 game can give you. But congratulations to the Giants. They get their second victory of the year. The Washington Commanders looking for answers, going to 3-4 on the season. And Ron Rivera's guys only put up 7 points on the board. All right, that leaves one game remaining in the late window, the Colts and the Browns. That game is not active right now in a team timeout. We dip in here to Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams. Now we're back live here in Indy. But boy, they still got some good things in this game.
Every week it's been something. They used Deshaun Watson in the first quarter today as Jonathan Taylor, again, just able to get back to the line of scrimmage. So Cleveland will take its second timeout. And we welcome those of you that have been watching other action around the NFL
We're at Lucas Oil Stadium, downtown Indianapolis. ViralRabbi is Anna Marcelletta. Feeding kids apology and Sarah Torres to our CBS crew. The game that the Browns lost to Sean Watson. Only a little bit of an aggravation to that right shoulder injury. It's been TJ Walker since. What has been a wild game here from the start. Gardner Minshew working from the gun. On 3rd and 10. Hard snap count. Who came across first?
Well, it looked like Freeland and the Browns is almost simultaneous.
False start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down. It is indeed Freeland, the rookie, making a 4th straight start. 2nd at that right tackle position.
Yeah, it was almost as if Freeland and Okoronkwo on the defensive side of the ball moved at the exact same time.
Marks, this has worked out real nicely for Kevin Stefanski. They did have to use 2 of their timeouts, but 3:31 left.
And now at 3rd and 15, you just have to avoid a disaster if you're Gardner Minshew.
Sideline delivery here. This is McKenzie breaking the initial tackle. And boy, you gotta be careful here. You don't want to do too much. It was Grant Delpit who almost pile drived into the turf.
I tell you what, that was a smart play by Delpit. How many times have you seen a defensive player make a terrible mistake, and then if you would have slammed him right there, it's going to be 1st down. So that is a heads-up player in the heat of a moment where you've got to make a play to have that awareness to say, hey, I'm not going to do something stupid to hurt my football team. Well done.
So the Colts will punt. P.J. Walker and the Browns get a chance for a last-second victory, something they had last week against the San Francisco 49ers. First quarter action, Geno Smith, Jamie out of Bobo. That's a 31-yard catch right there. We might be calling Bobo's name more. No DK Metcalf, as we told you, it feels like an hour and a half or so ago, that DK Metcalf out with a ribs injury, not playing today for the Seattle Seahawks offense, to which we will listen in live around midfield on a 2nd and 1.
And we're going to step up today. I like watching Mr. White make plays. And he has a little athleticism in the family, right? He's got a background that has also been to the NFL.
Brother Kevin, a high pick. On 2nd and 1, the toss, it's Walker. Stutter step, Kenneth Walker has a Seattle 1st down, and no Carissa Thompson is keeping all of last. And we still have a play or two before the 2-minute warning here in Indy. Right now, all eyes on P.J. Walker. Walker's pass, batted down to the line of scrimmage.
Spiro said it 2 drives ago. If the Browns are going to win this game, Walker's going to have to make 2 or 3 big throws. And so far, he hasn't been able to do that yet. And so on this drive, he has got to find a way. I'm telling you, Amari Cooper, 1 catch on a 3rd down in this game. That is it. Somehow, some way, he's got to find a way to get that ball to Cooper.
Cooper has been quiet. Just 1 catch, and this one is incomplete. Cooper making a lunging effort for it at the 20.
You know, it just didn't seem like they're on the same page on that route as well. He stumbled out of his break, and again, just couldn't find that right connection. Gus Bradley has had success blitzing the Browns on 3rd down in this game, especially when they spread it out. Now on 3rd and long, showing another blitz look, possibly dropping out.
Well, that would have been 1st down right at the 30. Walker getting the release, it's coming. Moore. A majestic pass by Walker, threading the needle to Moore. They pick up 30.
I said he had to make a big throw. You're right, Spiro. That is a majestic throw on 3rd and long.
Out of bounds, clock clock stops at 2:19. We'll get you right back to Indianapolis. Let's check out one play after George Pickens just made a nice catch and got the ball over midfield for his Pittsburgh Steelers.
In this game,
That breathes life into this Cleveland offense. Fresh set of downs. First down. Big run here. It's Pierre Strong. Keep in mind they lost Jerome Ford ankle injury earlier in the game. We haven't seen him since. As Strong rips a 13-yard run here. First down. I think it's going to be a 2-minute warning in the Colts-Browns game. Bookmark it with 70 points on the board, making 71 points on the board between Indianapolis and Cleveland. 2-minute warning timeout. Let's check out the Rams and Steelers here for a bit. We'll watch Seattle and the Cardinals for you, and then we are 6 minutes away from two more games kicking off. Denver hosting the Packers and the Chiefs hosting the Chargers.
stretch. Flag is thrown. Stretch. Flag is thrown. Kobe Durant did a good holding is the initial indication against Pittsburgh.
Holding. Offense, number 83. The penalties decline. The result of the play. Third down.
So the moving 39. And on 2nd and 5 in the Seattle game, well, the play action fake did not fake out Zaven Collins, who was able to get home on a quarterback sack. Geno Smith's naked bootleg was exposed as such.
From the Rams from the inside out.
Bridges for on 3rd and long. He wants Pickens. It is caught, but it's incomplete. Out of bounds. Did not corral it inbounds. Akello Witherspoon, the former Steeler, was in coverage.
Just not enough sideline for George Pickens to work. So I don't know if it was on the release or we can credit Akello Witherspoon for kind of forcing him to the side. But you've got to give your quarterback a little bit more space on that sideline to work so he can make that type of throw over your outside shoulder.
Harmon again, trying to pin the Rams deep. It's going to hit the 6 and get down right there. 43 on the punt. Good job by Harmon as he's back with his air line.
We are back live at Lucas Oil Stadium. The Colts took the lead early in the fourth quarter, probably the first minute of the fourth quarter. The Browns came back and took the lead midway through the fourth quarter. Then Michael Pittman broke a couple of tackles. He scored a long touchdown to give the Colts the 38-33 lead they have right now. But P.J. Walker, in for the injured Deshaun Watson, has a chance to score the go-ahead touchdown on the minus side of the 2-minute warning. Play call. This is Strong. Picks up maybe a yard with Quiddy Pay on his back. Browns playing with one timeout, that clock running 1:46 as they play in a 5-point hole. Strong lines up in the slot. Walker back to throw. Launches complete. Peoples-Jones down to the 20. They pick up 17. First down, Cleveland. The middle of this defense has been wide open all game. Just wide open, no linebackers, no safety, and Walker hits Peoples-Jones. Second catch for Donovan Peoples-Jones, who's been quiet this season. Back to the ground game here. Strong is buried, loses maybe 2. Samson Ebukam. It's this Indianapolis defense, which has been so good, trying to hold and protect his 5-point lead. 52 seconds. Walker slinging it far side. It's caught. That's Cooper. Unable to get out of bounds, so that clock running.
Yeah, but the clock isn't the issue.
Final charge, time out. 30 seconds.
Yeah, clock isn't really the issue right now. The issue is you've got to have your best play. Obviously, you're in four-down territory, but you've got to have your best play. I mentioned the middle of the field, Spiro. The Joku, for most of this game, has had access to the middle of the field. The Colts, they've got to
dip back in for a quick 2nd and 10 here in Seattle and come right back to the Colts game in a moment.
Right up the field for Joshua Dobbs. They don't get to him in time. Rushes that throw. Actually had Michael Wilson open. And there's a hit that Wilson puts on him. Nice job defensively by the receiver.
With 47 seconds left, I would look to work the inside of the football field here against the Colts defense.
Cleveland out of timeouts. 47 seconds left. Ninth play of the drive. Walker under pressure. Football is loose. That's a live football. And Indianapolis has it. Buckner. A.J. Speed coming with the heat. Knocked it loose for the Colts. There is a marker thrown back at the 3-yard line. The officials conversing. Was that right arm coming forward? That is right at the heart of the discussion as Speed came in like a missile for the Colts.
I think it's out.
Didn't appear to be moving forward that right arm from that vantage point, but how about this guy, A.J. Speed, special teams ace. He's become a frontline player for this defense of Gus Bradley.
He has made key
illegal contact, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down. Wow. That wipes away the turnover. And just when we think we had a resolution in Indy, we play on with the Browns getting new life. And we'll go triple box here real quick, keeping the Browns and the Colts in the upper left, showing you the 2 late kicks. You've got the 2 and 3 Green Bay Packers at the 1 and 5 Denver Broncos, the 2 and 3 Los Angeles Chargers at the 5 and 1 Chiefs. And those of you who are loyal to NFL Red Zone, we appreciate it. We will let you know that yes, she has been spotted at Arrowhead Stadium, so there will be some Swifty shots here this afternoon as we are underway there in that battle of the AFC West. Gets it back with 38 seconds left. And they've marked the football at the 8. First and goal, Cleveland.
Look, it's one thing if you're in position and the receiver has to go through you, but looking at that replay really felt like Baker Jr., he was out of position.
It was a 3rd and 6 for Joshua Dobbs and the Cardinals and the all-whites on the road. Dobbs throws in between a couple of targets, not sure who he was going for exactly. He did give a little contact on the play, and the Cardinals will be forced to punt by the Seattle team. Colts lost Juju Brents, their starter, to the quad injury earlier this game. So Baker, who started the first 2 weeks, that was benched. Big call against him here to potentially change the outcome. First and goal. Walker from the gun, throws, back in the end zone, incomplete. Looking for Peoples-Jones, and another flag. Colts defenders arguing that it was not a catchable pass. It was again Baker on the coverage. Defense, number 39.
I don't like this one, Spiro.
First down at the 1-yard line.
I don't like anything about that call because, listen, they're hand fighting and that ball that's nowhere. I know you rarely hear an official use the word uncatchable anymore, but like, there's nobody, not even Calvin Johnson, going to catch that football.
March, we've seen a number of questionable calls at the end of games this season around the NFL. change the outcome of games. That one's a tough one. That one's a tough one to swallow if you're the Colts. That's Nick Harris lining up. Now will be set first and goal. 32 seconds. Walker fakes the handoff, fires. Back to the outside. It's broken up. Unbelievable recovery. The Joku had it. Thomas knocked it loose, saving the touchdown. I tell you what, that is a play. That is just a play by Thomas, how he plays the hands. The Joku has that football, and he just almost had it. We'll get you right back for the next snap for the Cleveland Browns. We have a sensational young rookie in the NFL that we've been documenting week by week. Puka Nacua. Even with Cooper Kupp's return, Puka's still doing things. That's a 30-yard catch and run for the Rams. It's still scoreless. All the late games are scoreless. Out of timeouts. That's more in motion. Walker, the pitch for goal. That's going to be ruled an incompletion. It's a shovel pass. That's a shovel pass incomplete. The drama will build to third and goal.
Judge Judy.
Deep shot here. Russell Wilson, Cortland Sutton, and that one is good. A 33-yard completion for Denver on the move in Green Bay territory. Defense right now. You've got to count on a pass play. And so you've got to have your eyes disciplined. Don't fall for any fakes. Read your keys. But know that the Browns, they have to throw the football here. And second down. Kenneth Walker, he's got a great lateral jump cut, and he showed it right there. And then the Jets, that's a 25-yard carry for Kenneth Walker, the backup running back, the regular backup running back, Zach Charbonnet, the rookie out of UCLA, not available out with an injury for Seattle. DJ Dallas will be the Seahawks backup running back. And Brett Maher, Dortmund, a stoinker from 52 yards indoors at SoFi Stadium. And the Steelers defense, the Steelers fans in Southern California tonight, or this afternoon, I should say. We'll celebrate that one. We're still scoreless there in Inglewood, California. Fans and this staff, where they get their most creativity from. And so they score on a lot of differently designed plays. Keep your eyes disciplined. Amari Cooper lines up in the backfield. Walker has time. Looking, fires, incomplete. Looking in the direction of Moore. And it'll be fourth and goal with 19 seconds left. After we show you another Seattle play. This one, Geno, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. The rookie first-round draft pick for the Seahawks. 28-yard touchdown. Geno is 5 of 5, 67 yards of the score. Those are the first points out of all 4 games in the late window. Keep your eyes disciplined for play action. Punt. Did he get in? Touchdown. Nick Harris once again as the fullback, opening up the hole, and Hunt bangs it in for Cleveland. They will take a look at this to confirm. Certainly from that vantage point, Hunt breaks the plane. Touchdown, Cleveland. And those 2 defensive penalties on Darrell Baker looming awfully large here in Indianapolis. Heavy contingent of Browns fans reacting to the replay here in the stadium. That replay seems pretty conclusive. You got the Broncos in the red zone. Broncos fighting. They can get a first down or a touchdown here inside of the 5-yard line. But the Cleveland Browns, with the fourth quarter lead change in this game, may have just sealed it. They want the 2-point conversion to make it a full field goal lead. But they'll take a timeout and talk it over there. Cleveland then upset the San Francisco 49ers at home a week ago today to give the first loss to the Niners here in the 2023 regular season. May have secured a Week 7 last-second drama. Williams with a 1-on-1 up top. It's Pierre, strong long setback as they go from 2 here. Big 3-point game. Strong will not get close. Shaquille Leonard is on the tackle. We want to bring it to you, Kevin. Just there was a holding call that came in late on this Javonte Williams touchdown, so take it off the board and take the Broncos back 10 yards. Yeah, he gets up around the deck and down.
Sticking with it and makes the tackle, forcing 4th down. The Packer defense holds him out of the end zone, and the Broncos will try for 3.
Well, the Broncos have had problems with penalties all year long, Kevin, and this is another one that costs them. They get the opportunity to get in the end zone. You think they're going to get that touchdown, and then the holding call bounces it back. That's hard to cover. That's hard to recover from a big penalty like that.
So here's Will Lunt. He's won this one P&AT, and he's missed one field goal. This is a 32-yarder, which is up and good. And
Bannon is such a force at home in the passing game. He has 5 touchdown receptions.
Let's go live to the Kansas City game. You'll notice that CBS, clearly big fans of NFL Red Zone, are broadcasting the Chiefs and Chargers game in the double box. They're also showing the end of the 4th quarter in the Colts Browns game on their small box on the left side. So this is not our production right now. You're watching CBS. If you're watching this game in Kansas City or Los Angeles, this is the way that it would be appearing on your television.
This flag is picked up.
one area they've been able to get a little bit of pressure with Bosa and Mack. You know, Brandon Staley does as good a job as anybody at creating the one-on-one matchups for the 2 defensive ends. Putting a guy in the middle, so the center can't slide one way, put 5 guys on the line. And you'll see that right here. All these guys up on the line, make it hard to guard them.
That's it. 5 for 5. And then check up takers at the 20-yard line.
Really great plan coming in, Jim. Right now, you know, this defense has struggled in certain areas. They're good in other areas. I think they're playing better. They've come on. But they give up the second most yards to backs in the league in passing. And you saw the big play that got called back. Another one, you're going to see that over and over again.
They're going to bring in Justin Ross. We're going to good look ahead in the game at Minnesota.
Let's go to the double box right now ourselves. 15 seconds remain. 1 point Cleveland Browns lead. And now CBS goes double box.
I'll give you some double box, kid. You don't even have to go to CBS for that. My sister and I'll give you some double box, kid. My daughter and I'll give you some double box, kid. You want some for sure, though. I got 2 daughters if you want some double box.
Off the hands of Anthony Walker. 9 seconds.
All you should have said is, yeah, it's a double box. Kid, all you had to do is say, hey, Rabbi, I need some double box. And we give it to you, kid.